Left to their own devices, the Chileans just might have found the good sense to resolve their own deep-seated problems, the historian Kenneth Maxwell wrote in a review of declassified documents related to the coup. Allende might have fallen by his own weight, victim of his own incompetence, and not become a tragic martyr to a lost cause. Despite its remarkable success in reinventing its democracy, Chile remains a shattered nation. The 1973 intervention and the long period of dictatorship that followed have deeply scarred its collective psyche. Many Chileans, like many Americans and others around the world, ultimately came to believe that this was another in a line of American coups that turned out badly for almost everyone involved. 3 decades afterward, Secretary of State Colin Powell endorsed this consensus when he answered a question about the overthrow of Allende. "It is not a part of American history that we are proud of," he said. The coups in Iran, Guatemala, and Chile had much in common. All 3 countries were blessed with rich natural resources, but those resources fell under foreign control. When nationalist leaders tried to take them back, the United States responded by turning their countries into bloody battlegrounds. Iran, Guatemala, and Chile were brought back into the American orbit, but at a staggering human and social cost. In important ways, the coup in South Vietnam was unlike the other 3. It was staged in a country where the United States was at war, rather than in one where it faced only a theoretical threat. The control of no great natural resource was at stake. Most poignant, the operation in Vietnam was the only time the United States helped overthrow a leader who was a friend rather than a perceived enemy. The covert coups of the Cold War era were carried out quite differently from the invasions and stage-managed revolutions that the United States used in deposing regimes in the period around 1900. Much of what motivated them, however, was the same. Each country whose government the United States overthrew had something Americans wanted in most cases, either a valuable natural resource, a large consumer market, or a strategic location that would allow access to resources and markets elsewhere. Powerful businesses played just as great a role in pushing the United States to intervene abroad during the Cold War as they did during the first burst of American imperialism. Their influence alone, however, was never enough. Americans overthrew governments only when economic interests coincided with ideological ones. In Hawaii, Cuba, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, Nicaragua, and Honduras, the American ideology was that of Christian improvement and manifest destiny. Decades later, in Iran, Guatemala, South Vietnam, and Chile, it was anti-communism. During both eras, Americans came to believe it was their right, and even their historical obligation, to lead the forces of good against those of iniquity. "For us there are 2 sorts of people in the world," John Foster Dulles once asserted. "There are those who are Christians and support free enterprise, and there are the others." Dulles spoke for American leaders from Benjamin Harrison to Richard Nixon. All believed that the twin goals of United States foreign policy should be to secure strategic advantage, for both political and commercial reasons, and to impose, promote, or encourage an ideology. The regimes they marked for death were those they considered both economically and ideologically hostile. These coups might never have been launched, and great damage to 4 nations as well as to the United States might have been averted, if the White House had not been so vulnerable to the herd mentality, or groupthink. In each case, the President of the United States and 1 or 2 senior advisors made clear that they wished a certain government overthrown. Their determination set the tone for all that followed. Advisors and planners quibbled over operational details, but rarely over the larger question of whether overthrowing a particular government was a good idea. Everyone thought and spoke within understood limits. No one questioned the premise on which these coups were based, that regimes in Iran, Guatemala, South Vietnam, and Chile were either tools of the Kremlin or in imminent danger of falling under Soviet control. This was the easy way out, an extreme form of intellectual laziness. The rise of nationalism in the developing world was a complex phenomenon. It had a variety of causes, and for Americans to devise a sophisticated, long-term strategy for dealing with it would have been challenging and difficult. Far easier was to categorize nationalism as simply a disguised form of consumist aggression, and seek to crush it wherever it reared its head. Some of those who directed Cold War interventions, like John Foster Dulles, devoted their lives to the service of American corporate power. Others, like Henry Kissinger, had no real interest in business and even regarded it with disdain. All of them, however, believed that only malicious regimes would try to restrict or nationalize foreign companies. Directors of large corporations were the first to wish Mohammad Mossadegh, Jacobo Arbenz, and Salvador Allende overthrown. They persuaded leaders in Washington, who had somewhat different interests, to depose them. In each case, government stepped in to lead a parade that had already formed for other reasons. Ideology and economic interest combined to drive the United States to intervention. The Americans who conceived, authorized, and carried out covert plots against the governments of Iran, Guatemala, South Vietnam, and Chile considered them to have been great victories. From the perspective of history, they do not look that way. In all four countries, they led to increased repression and reduced freedom. Beyond their borders, they also had profound effects. They intensified and prolonged the Cold War by polarizing the world and choking off possibilities for peaceful change. They undermined Americans' faith in the CIA, thereby making the agency less effective. Around the world, they led millions of people to conclude that the United States was a hypocritical nation, as cynical as any other, that acted brutally to replace incipient democracies with cruel dictatorships. Until recently, American foreign policy had been seen as morally steadied. Nathaniel Davis, the U.S. ambassador to Chile in 1973, wrote after the coup. Then came a series of jolts, starting with Iran in 1953, Guatemala in 1954, and Vietnam. The Chilean story produced still another bump in our fall from grace. Part 3. Invasions. 10. Our days of weakness are over. A weekend of golf was the logical prescription for what ailed President Ronald Reagan in the autumn of 1983. His decision to send United States Marines to intervene in Lebanon's civil war had set off intense anger in much of the world. So had a series of saber-rattling military maneuvers that the United States was conducting in Central America. In mid-October, a bizarre series of events on the tiny Caribbean island of Grenada, including the summary execution of the Prime Minister, raised the sudden possibility of American intervention there. On Friday afternoon, October 21, Reagan left all this behind, or tried to, as he boarded Air Force One for a flight to Augusta, Georgia. With him were a handful of aides and friends, among them Secretary of State George Shultz and National Security Advisor Robert McFarlane. They hoped to escape from their cares on the rolling fairways and manicured greens of the Augusta National Golf Club. Instead, they flew into the worst weekend of Reagan's presidency. Before leaving Washington that afternoon, Reagan initialed a national security decision directive authorizing military commanders to prepare options for possible action in Grenada. Several hundred American students were attending a medical college there, and some officials feared they might require evacuation. The directive that Reagan signed included an order that a naval task force heading for Lebanon change course and make for Grenada instead. A Navy spokesman in Washington assured reporters that the warships would do no more than assist in a possible evacuation. "There are not going to be any landings or anything like that," he promised. Reagan and his friends spent Friday evening at the stately, six-bedroom Eisenhower Cottage, a famous landmark at Augusta National. As they relaxed, officials in Washington were sensing both danger and opportunity in the unfolding Grenada crisis. The island's pro-Cuban government, which the United States mightily disliked, had just been overthrown and its leaders shot. A new clique declared that the old regime was not militant enough, and vowed to impose pure Marxism-Leninism on this small island. It seemed at least conceivable that the newly empowered radicals might try to capture or harm the American medical students, and this danger lent an air of urgency to the deliberations in Washington. Another factor also fired enthusiasm there. Reagan's advisors immediately realized that this crisis gave the United States an unexpected chance to win a strategic Cold War victory. Americans were hungry for one. Many felt frustrated after a decade of what they considered global humiliation, marked by defeat in Vietnam and the long, agonizing Iran hostage crisis. They voted for Reagan in 1980 because he promised to restore the standing of the United States. Grenada gave him his chance. To proceed with a full-scale invasion of Grenada, instead of simply evacuating American students, the United States needed a fig leaf of legality. Officials in Washington decided that the leaders of other Caribbean countries should be persuaded to call for an American invasion of the island. On Friday, as Reagan was flying to Augusta, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Charles Gillespie, the administration's chief Caribbean specialist, flew to Barbados, where 6 Caribbean prime ministers were holding an emergency meeting. Gillespie and Milan Bish, the U.S. ambassador to the Eastern Caribbean, helped guide the meeting to a consensus. The prime ministers did not sign any document that night. In public they said only that they had decided to punish Grenada with economic sanctions. Privately, though, they gave the Americans good news: they had agreed to request United States intervention. Gillespie immediately notified Washington. Secretary of State Schultz's telephone at the Eisenhower cottage rang at 2:45 on Saturday morning. As soon as he heard that his diplomats had succeeded in extracting an appeal for armed help from Caribbean leaders, he woke McFarlane. During the pre-dawn hours, they telephoned several others in the military chain of command. Finally they roused Reagan. At 5:15, wearing a bathrobe and slippers, the president heard their report. They told him that 6 Caribbean leaders had agreed to ask the United States to intervene in Grenada and that intervention would also be the best way to safeguard American citizens there. He responded by making 2 decisions. First, he directed Vice President George H.W. Bush to convene the Special Situation Group that had been hurriedly established to deal with the Grenada crisis. Second, to keep their actions as secret as possible, he, Schultz, and McFarlane would stay in Augusta and keep golfing as if nothing unusual were happening. The next day something quite unusual did happen, and it unsettled Reagan and everyone in his group. At mid-afternoon an unemployed pipe fitter crashed his Dodge pickup through a chain-link gate at Augusta National and stormed into the pro shop. There he produced a .38 caliber pistol, fired a shot into the floor, and took 5 hostages, including 2 of Reagan's aides. He threatened to kill them unless the president agreed to speak with him. After frantic consultations, Secret Service agents decided to grant his request. They descended on Reagan as he was playing the 16th hole, explained the situation, and gave him a radio phone. "This is the President of the United States," he said into the receiver. "This is Ronald Reagan. I understand you want to talk to me." There was no reply. Reagan repeated his offer, but the disturbed man on the other end of the line could not bring himself to speak. Secret Service agents then decided to whisk Reagan off the golf course. They rushed him into a limousine and it sped away, closely shadowed by an open convertible packed with agents waving Uzi submachine guns. Soon afterward, the intruder's mother arrived at the golf club and persuaded him to surrender. Reagan was never in imminent danger, but the standoff lasted for more than 2 hours and caused great commotion. It gave the president a good excuse to fly back to Washington. Instead he chose to stay at Augusta, and after the excitement died down, he returned to the course, still wearing his sporty yellow sweater. "I want to play another round of golf," he told his friends. "I want the weekend to end on an up note." Reagan played his second round, but as soon as he returned to the Eisenhower cottage, he was pulled back into the fast-developing Grenada crisis. Vice President Bush called to report that the Special Situation Group favored an operation that would not only secure American citizens but restore democratic rule and end Cuban influence. That meant a full-scale invasion and the overthrow of Grenada's government. Without hesitating or asking a question, Reagan agreed. "If we've got to go there," he told Bush, "we might as well do all that needs to be done." When Reagan retired that Saturday night in what had once been President Eisenhower's bedroom, he had every right to hope for a good night's sleep. He did not have it. At 2:27 in the morning, McFarlane came to his room to awaken him. With him he carried one of the most devastating reports Reagan would hear during his presidency. The United States Marine Corps headquarters in Beirut had been destroyed in a suicide bomb attack, leaving hundreds dead. It was among the bloodiest attacks ever on an American military post, and one of the greatest tragedies in Marine Corps history. The stunned president knew that he had to return at once to Washington. Aides and others who greeted him there were taken aback by his suddenly dissipated appearance. Reagan was 72 years old, but until that moment he had always seemed vigorous. A report in the next day's New York Times said he looked like a man under siege. It is clear that the past 72 hours have taken their toll on the president. He looked exhausted, emotionally drained, even old for the first time in his presidency when he stepped from his helicopter and reached for an umbrella in the pouring rain on the south lawn of the White House Sunday morning. It was 8:30 a.m., 6 hours after he had been awakened with the first news of Marine Corps casualties. As he began to speak to reporters, he took his wife's hand, seeming to need moral support. Her face showed an anguish that aides said was stirred not only by the bombing in Lebanon but also by the incident Saturday at the Augusta National Golf Club in Georgia where a gunman seized several hostages, demanding to speak to the president. Today Mr. Reagan conceded how heartsick it made him to call families to inform them of the death of Marines. "I don't know of anything that is worse than the job I have, and having to make the calls that I have made," he said, his voice thick with emotion. It was in this state of mind that President Reagan plunged into a day of emergency meetings with his national security team. The bombing in Lebanon had inflicted another grievous blow on the United States. It intensified the desire of many Americans for some kind of revenge, some flash of vindication or redemption somewhere in the world, some chance to show their national power. Reagan had already approved the idea of invading Grenada but had not issued any final orders. There was still time to pull back, to limit the operation to a simple evacuation of American citizens. The prime ministers of Guyana, Belize, and the Bahamas were urging this course. Aides asked Reagan whether the Beirut bombing had led him to reconsider his endorsement of the Grenada invasion. On the contrary, he replied, it steeled his will. "If this was right yesterday," he said, "it's right today." Grenada is the jutting tip of an undersea volcano that sits about 100 miles north of the South American coast. It is just 10 miles wide and 21 miles long, about the size of Martha's Vineyard, and home to barely 100,000 people. Charming towns with names like Victoria and Grand Roy poke out toward the sea from lush guava, cashew, and tangerine groves that monkeys share with piping frogs and fish-eating bats. In the capital, St. George's, brightly painted colonial homes overlook an azure harbor as lovely as any in the Aegean or Adriatic. Grenadines say they live just south of paradise, just north of frustration. A British trader brought nutmeg to Grenada in 1843, and it thrived so well that today this island produces 1/3 of the world's supply. It also exports cinnamon, ginger, mace, cloves, allspice, pepper, and turmeric. That is appropriate for a country whose people are instinctively poetic, given to the phantasmagorical, and known for zest and passion. Grenada had been a relatively quiet British colony for more than a century when, at the beginning of 1951, it was paralyzed by a general strike. The strike's chief organizer, Eric Gary, delighted audiences with his biting attacks on the mulatto aristocracy, and when the British held an election for a home rule government, he formed a political party and rode it to victory. He dominated Grenada for most of the next quarter century, led it to independence in 1974, and became one of the weirdest figures in the colorful history of British colonialism. Gary manipulated elections, bullied the press, stole public funds, and used a private squad of thugs, the Mongoose Gang, to silence his critics. He was also a cultist, a mystic, a Rosicrucian, and a self-described master of obeah, an African form of sorcery and worship related to voodoo. For years he tried to persuade the United Nations to investigate UFOs, the Bermuda Triangle, and other strange and inexplicable psychic and related phenomena which continue to baffle man. As Gary aged and began losing himself in his spiritual world, a new generation grew up around him. A militant Black Power movement emerged in Trinidad and Tobago and spread throughout the Caribbean. Jamaican voters propelled the fiery socialist Michael Manley to power. At universities in the United States and Britain, Grenadian students joined movements opposing South African apartheid and American involvement in Vietnam. Some were inspired by the identity politics and harsh critique of imperialism they heard from radicals like Malcolm X, whose mother was from Grenada. Others embraced Che Guevara's view that leftists must seize power by force rather than submitting to established political rules. In the 1970s, a group of these young visionaries met in St. George's, formed the New Jewel movement, and began campaigning against Gary. Several had recently returned from London, including the tall, bearded Maurice Bishop, a recent law school graduate, and Bernard Cord, a radical economist who had written an influential paper called How the West Indian Child is Made Educationally Subnormal in the British School System. To Gary they were these irresponsible malcontents, these disgruntled political frustrates coming from abroad. Hot and sweaty, and shouting tower to the people. Several New Jewel leaders won seats in Parliament, among them Bishop, whose charisma quickly made him the party's most popular figure. He found Parliament unfulfilling, as well he might. It rarely met, and when it did, it was usually for a shouting match followed by votes to ratify Gary's will. Fed by this frustration, the New Jewel movement drifted steadily leftward. Cord and his equally militant wife, Phyllis, worked to push it toward orthodox Leninism. This combination, the evident impossibility of democratic change and New Jewel's increasing radicalism, propelled Grenada into its next era. On March 11, 1979, Gary flew to New York to discuss cosmic phenomena with United Nations Secretary-General Kurt Waldheim. Bishop and other New Jewel leaders believed, or claimed to believe, that he had left orders for the Mongoose Gang to kill them all. They decided to strike first. The next morning, Radio Grenada awakened islanders with a shocking communiqué. At 4:15 a.m. this morning, the People's Revolutionary Army seized control of the army barracks at True Blue. The barracks were burned to the ground. After half an hour of struggle, the forces of Gary's army were completely defeated and surrendered, and not a single member of the revolutionary forces was injured. That was an exaggeration, since it actually took 12 hours before the last holdouts inside the barracks surrendered. Insurgents had seized the radio station, though, and controlled the day's truth. There were fewer than 60 of them, but they took the defenders by complete surprise, and by day's end they had won. Their first proclamation, which Bishop read on the newly renamed Radio Free Grenada, promised that all democratic freedoms, including freedom of elections, religion, and political opinion, will be fully restored to the people. Gary protested loudly from New York, but he had few friends left. The British, despite being unhappy at the first ever coup in one of their former Caribbean colonies, did not defend him. Most Grenadians were thrilled. Many admired Bishop, who became Prime Minister and took to calling himself the people's leader. He could easily have led New Jewel to victory in a free election, and thereby given himself and his government true legitimacy. The new leader's Marxist principles, however, prohibited them from submitting to anything so quaint as a democratic election. The small group of men and women who ran New Jewel, there were only 45 party members at the time of the 1979 coup, and never more than 80 were idealists. Once in power, they built roads, opened a new high school and several free clinics, developed agriculture and the fishing industry, and cut the unemployment rate. They also abolished Parliament and the Constitution, muzzled the opposition press, and drew up a watch list of potential enemies to be kept under surveillance. The cornerstone of their ideology, as Bishop outlined it in a 1982 speech to party members, was their belief that they comprised a Leninist vanguard entitled to rule by decree. Just consider, comrades, how laws are made in this country. Laws are made in this country when the cabinet agrees and when I sign a document on behalf of the cabinet. And then that is what everybody in the country, like it or don't like it, has to follow. Or consider how people get detained in this country. We don't go and call for no votes. You get detained when I sign an order after discussing it with the National Security Committee of the party, or with a higher party body. Once I sign it, like it or don't like it, it's up the hill for them. Bishop and his comrades claimed repeatedly that the CIA lay behind every peep of criticism in Grenada. That was not true, but the record of American intervention in the Caribbean and Central America made it easy for some to believe that it was. Only months after New Jewel seized power, arsonists destroyed 2 offices of the government-owned travel agency. Later there were other mysterious fires, as well as bombings and assassinations. Labor unions became restive. 26 prominent citizens signed a bold petition demanding greater freedom. Tourism declined as travel agents in the United States stopped recommending Grenada as a destination. Some buyers of tropical fruits and spices began looking for supplies elsewhere. Clergymen gave sharp sermons protesting restrictions on public and pastoral freedom. To anyone familiar with American destabilization campaigns in other countries, and every New Jewel leader was, these episodes conjured a familiar pattern. Everything Bishop accused the Americans of doing to subvert his government was, as he loved to point out in his speeches, something they had already done elsewhere. We think of the history of U.S. imperialism. We think of the days when gunboats ruled the world, when you landed Marines in somebody's country, Arbans in Guatemala in 1954, Dominican Republic in 1965, and dozens of other examples. We think of the occupations and the annexations of other people's territories, particularly in our region, in Latin America and the Caribbean. We think of the assassination of Sandino, the patriot of Nicaragua, of Allende, the hero of Chile, of so many other martyrs of this region who had to die at the hands of imperialism. Sisters and brothers, destabilization is the name given to the most recently developed, or newest, method of controlling and exploiting the lives and resources of a country through bullying, intimidation and violence. This method was used against a number of Caribbean and Third World countries in the 1960s, and also against Jamaica and Guyana in the 1970s. Now, as predicted, it has come to Grenada. New Jewel leaders proclaimed themselves part of an anti-Yankee alliance that included Castro's Cuba, the Sandinista regime in Nicaragua, and rebels throughout the region who were defying what Bishop called the vicious beasts of imperialism. They sharply increased the size of Grenada's army and sent officers to Cuba for training. Several hundred Cuban construction workers, some of them trained as members of the militia, arrived to build an airport at Point Salines, a few miles south of St. George's, that would be big enough to accommodate jumbo jets full of tourists or, as officials in Washington repeatedly pointed out, combat jets. New Jewel leaders signed 3 military agreements with the Soviet Union that brought them millions of dollars worth of weaponry at no charge. They struck up friendships with East Germany, Libya, North Korea, and almost every other country in the world that was hostile to the United States. Grenada overflows with music, rhythm, and rhyme, and during the early 1980s, reggae and calypso bands developed a large repertoire of tunes praising the Revo and denouncing imperialism. At raucous outdoor poetry readings, crowds shrieked with delight at poems like The Last Cowboy, written and declaimed by Chris Kojo Derriggs, who was Minister of Health in the New Jewel government. Ronald Reagan, the aging cowboy bandit man, cooked up a major bandit plan. This man pattern, this comic clown of movie fame and bushwhacking fun, announced that he was riding down through his backyard and islands in the sun to put more notches in his gun. For Ronald Reagan, 'twas not strange to go gun shooting on his range, to shoot back all these winds of change. As the confrontation between Grenada and the United States escalated, another conflict, at least as bitter and tinged with at least as much barely contained aggression, was growing within the ranks of New Jewel itself. Beginning even before the 1979 coup, Maurice Bishop had jousted with his deputy, Bernard Coard. Once they were in power, they and their supporters spent hours, and sometimes whole days and nights, in hand-wringing self-criticism sessions debating which among them was following a right opportunist course or failing to show the correct Marxist-Leninist-Stalinist hand. Cord and his faction insisted that Bishop was too conciliatory, too moderate, too ready to stray from the true Marxist path. They deplored his call for a tactical alliance with business owners, his preference for a mixed economy, and his insistence that Grenada cannot proceed straight away to the building of socialism. During the summer and autumn of 1983, this rivalry began to consume the New Jewel movement. Cord's faction slowly wore down Bishop and the other relative moderates. It sought to impose a new system of co-leadership under which Cord would hold true power, with Bishop remaining as a figurehead. Bishop was reluctant to agree, but the balance swung against him when General Hudson Austin, the army commander, sided with Cord. On October 13, thus strengthened, the Cord faction voted to place Bishop under house arrest. This dramatic step electrified Grenada. Over the next few days, people gathered in public squares for spontaneous pro-Bishop rallies. Many shops stayed shut. 5 cabinet ministers resigned. Fidel Castro, whom Bishop had visited in Havana just days before, sent an outraged protest. Cord and his group quickly found themselves isolated and friendless. After 6 days of house arrest, Bishop was a wreck. He could not sleep, was chain-smoking, and refused to eat for fear of poisoning. Outside, though, some of his most important supporters were agitating on his behalf. On the morning of October 19, Unison Whiteman, a New Jewel leader who had just resigned as foreign minister, was addressing a protest rally at Market Square in St. George's when a chant of "We want Maurice" went up. Soon the crowd was on its way to Bishop's home. At the gate, soldiers loyal to Cord tried to hold their positions. Their commander, a 24-year-old militant who called himself Imam Abdullah, fired several machine gun bursts into the air. The demonstrators briefly retreated, but then surged forward again. "Shoot us," they dared the soldiers. "Kill us." The soldiers did not shoot, and within minutes Bishop's supporters were surging into his house. They found him tied to his bed, wearing shorts and a pale green t-shirt. Tied to a bed next to him was his companion, Minister of Education Jacqueline Kreft. Their friends quickly freed them, and by 10 o'clock both were on their feet. Cord's house was close by. If Bishop had been thinking more clearly, he might have led his followers there and seized the rebel clique. Instead, lightheaded from the upheaval and deprivation of past days, and perhaps lacking the iron discipline of the true Leninist, he turned elsewhere. He brought his compatriots to Fort Rupert, an imposing 18th-century fortress, overlooking the harbor, that had been turned into an army barracks. They arrived there at about 11 o'clock, waving placards and in high spirits. "We got we leader," they chanted. "Fuck Cord." Whiteman called out to the soldiers inside, telling them that the crowd had come in peace and wished to enter. The soldiers were not prepared to open fire on such a multitude, especially not one with Bishop at its head. Fort Rupert fell to a peaceful invasion. Inside, people crowded around Bishop, shouting questions, suggestions, demands, and warnings. He made a few decisions, including appointing a new army commander to replace General Austin, but had to take breaks to drink water and orient himself. As he struggled to command, Cord and his friends, astonished that Bishop had not immediately arrested them, plotted their countermove. Shortly before noon, 2 officers rang the alarm at Fort Frederick, a military base on the outskirts of St. George's. Soldiers quickly assembled on the parade ground. One of the officers told them that counter-revolutionaries had seized Fort Rupert. "Are you ready to fight for your country?" he demanded. "Yeah. Yeah," came the chanted reply. "Some have to die for some to survive," the officer shouted. "Every soldier should see blood in your eyes." At that moment, Cord himself arrived, accompanied by his wife and other supporters. Officers told them that Bishop's group seemed poised to recover its former power. Some may have feared that this would cost them their lives. They hurriedly withdrew for an impromptu Central Committee meeting. When it was over, one of Cord's closest supporters, Leon Cornwall, emerged and summoned the troops. Because of vicious rumors spread by Maurice Bishop, counter-revolutionaries and big businessmen freed him, Cornwall announced. As a result, these elements must be liquidated. Then, throwing his arms into the air, he shouted, "Central Committee orders." "We obey," the soldiers shouted back. "We obey." Moments later, 3 Soviet-made armored personnel carriers full of soldiers, each mounted with 2 machine guns, were speeding toward Fort Rupert. The ride took just 10 minutes. When the attackers arrived, they found a huge crowd milling around the old fort. Without hesitating, they took up combat positions. Upon command, they loosed a massive barrage of grenades, rockets, and machine gun fire. Dozens of bodies flew apart as survivors screamed and ran in panic. "Oh God! Oh God!" They turned their guns on the masses. Bishop cried to his comrades. After the soldiers finally stopped shooting, they marched methodically through the carnage and into the fort. They called Bishop and his comrades, among them Jacqueline Kreft and Unison Whiteman, to come down to the courtyard and surrender. They did, and all 8 were lined against a wall. Imam Abdullah and a couple of his men sped back to Cord's house for final instructions. The 11 members of the Central Committee who were waiting there were not pleased. They had hoped that Bishop and his friends would be killed in at least a simulated battle, but that was no longer possible. Quickly they consulted again. What they decided is still in dispute, but within a few minutes, Abdullah was back at Fort Rupert. "Comrades, turn round," he shouted at his 8 prisoners after he returned to Fort Rupert. When they did, he took out a piece of paper, waved it at them, and said, "This is an order from the Central Committee, that you shall be executed by fire. This is not my order, it is the Central Committee's." There was only one cry of protest, from Jacqueline Kreft. "Wait. Wait. Hold on. I'm pregnant," she gasped. "Prepare to fire." Abdullah shouted back. 1, 2, 3, fire. 3 machine gunners opened fire, and kept shooting until well after all the victims had collapsed. When they finally stopped, the remains of their national leaders lay scattered about the courtyard. One soldier fired a white flare into the air, a message that the deed had been done. News of these shocking events reached Washington almost immediately. Not everyone there was displeased. Officials who had been waiting for an excuse to intervene in Grenada now had one. Less than 24 hours later, at 8 o'clock on Thursday morning, October 20th, the Crisis Pre-Planning Group, whose job was to monitor world trouble spots, met at the Executive Office Building in Washington, across from the White House. Its chairman, Admiral John Poindexter, presented a variety of military options. Driven in part by the strong views of his aide, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, and Constantine Menges, a former CIA officer and advisor to the National Security Council, the group decided to endorse a radical course, the invasion of Grenada and the overthrow of its government. It passed that recommendation up to the next highest body, the Special Situation Group. At mid-afternoon, the State Department received a note from Prime Minister Tom Adams of Barbados, a conservative anti-communist who was highly respected in the region, urging that American troops be sent to depose the new Grenadian regime. That lent credibility to the idea. Shortly before 5 o'clock, the Special Situation Group convened, chaired by Vice President Bush. Its members were sobered to hear that despite all the hostility between Grenada and the United States over the past 3 years, and despite the cover that hundreds of American students and tourists might provide, there was not a single CIA agent in Grenada. No one had up-to-date information on Grenada's military capacity, or even maps of the island. The latest aerial photos were 5 months old. CIA operatives in Barbados bombarded their British counterparts with elemental questions like who is the leader of the armed forces, and who are Cord's supporters in the cabinet. Bush and the others at that meeting endorsed the idea of invading Grenada and sent their national security decision directive to President Reagan, who signed it the next day, before boarding Air Force One for his golfing trip to Augusta. Soon afterward, the commander of a naval task force heading toward Lebanon, Captain Carl Erie, received an urgent message ordering him to turn south, head for a point near Grenada, and prepare for action. By a quirk of history, the name of Captain Erie's flagship recalled the only other time the United States had assaulted an island nearly this small, USS Guam. A few days earlier, the Guam and the 4 other ships in her task force had called at Morehead City, North Carolina, to take aboard the 22nd Marine Amphibious Unit. At its heart was an 822-man landing team, fully equipped with .50 caliber machine guns, anti-tank weapons, grenade launchers, 52 jeeps, and a complement of assault and transport helicopters. The Guam was approaching Grenada when Captain Erie received a second message. This one directed him to send a helicopter to Antigua to pick up 5 men assigned to join their task force. Captain Erie assumed that the 5 would be diplomats from the State Department. When they stepped onto the deck of the Guam at 10 o'clock that night, however, they were in uniform. With them they carried news that no one had expected. President Reagan, these liaison officers reported, had ordered that the Marines invade Grenada and overthrow its government. The force aboard the Guam would lead the assault. Its overall commander would be Vice Admiral Joseph Metcalf, commander of the Second Fleet. He wished the landing to commence before dawn on Tuesday. The Special Situation Group met again on Saturday. President Reagan, who participated by telephone from Augusta, gave his curt approval for the invasion. At 7 o'clock on Sunday evening, after the devastating bomb attack in Lebanon and a long day of meetings at the White House, he confirmed it by signing a more detailed, smooth copy of his decision directive. Beside his signature, he wrote a single word, "Go." Later that evening, General John Vesey, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, briefed Reagan and other senior officials on the invasion plan. Then he returned to the Pentagon and sent his final orders to commanders aboard the Guam. Their mission, codenamed Operation Urgent Fury, was to protect and evacuate U.S. and designated foreign nationals from Grenada, neutralize Grenadian forces, stabilize the internal situation, and assist in the restoration of a democratic government on Grenada. While the Guam and her task force headed for Grenada, American diplomats looked for ways to make their invasion seem legal. They could not work with the main regional body, the Caribbean Community, because several of its member states favored a negotiated solution to the crisis. Instead they turned to a smaller and much weaker group, the 7-member Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. It met in Barbados on Friday night and, guided by 2 American diplomats, privately gave the United States the request for intervention that it sought. Although the request was legally dubious, since the group's charter requires unanimity for such decisions and no Grenadian representative was present, it gave the Americans valuable cover. As soon as officials at the State Department learned that Eastern Caribbean prime ministers were prepared to ask for an American invasion, they drafted a letter for the prime ministers to sign. It appealed to the United States to take action for collective defense and preservation of peace and security against external aggression, and the prime ministers duly signed it on Sunday afternoon. The State Department drew up a similar letter to be signed by the Governor-General of Grenada, Sir Paul Scone, who was Queen Elizabeth IP's official representative and the only recognized authority on the island. These letters were designed to bolster the legal case for an invasion, but legality was never the administration's main concern. Every statement from the White House named the medical students' plight as most urgent. The students, however, refused to play the role of terrorized hostages. When their dean asked them in a poll whether they wished to leave Grenada, 90% replied that they did not. Several who telephoned home or were reached by news organizations said they felt quite safe. Senior Grenadian military officers, including General Austin himself, visited the school's campus at True Blue, near St. George's, and guaranteed that it would be protected. If the students' safety had been America's true concern, a simple evacuation would have sufficed. It would have taken just a few hours for Marines to bring out every American on the island. Rescue was never, though, the essential purpose of Operation Urgent Fury. The real motive, in the words of Major Mark Atkin, a British officer who was stationed in Barbados at the time, was the intense desire of the President and his advisors to improve U.S. prestige, particularly at home and within the armed forces, where morale and self-respect had fallen substantially since Vietnam. With Bishop's execution, a fleeting opportunity presented itself to the United States to act dramatically in the Caribbean. The United States needed a success, something to be proud of. Although announced repeatedly as the primary reason for launching Urgent Fury, the safety of U.S. citizens was really one of several pretexts for grabbing an unprecedented opportunity to halt communist expansion in the U.S. backyard. The decision to intervene in Grenada was made on the basis of seizing a fleeting strategic political advantage, which had the added merit that inevitable military success would raise U.S. flagging morale. Neither Reagan nor any other American official ever told the British, who considered themselves to be protectors of all Commonwealth countries, that they had made this decision. On Monday, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher called a cabinet meeting to discuss the Grenada crisis, and then sent a cable to Washington listing Britain's reasons for opposing military action there. She had no idea that Reagan had already ordered it. As the Guam approached its target, Radio Free Grenada was broadcasting furious appeals, calling all citizens to defense posts. Not many responded. Few wished to defend the murderous clique, especially against United States Marines. Aboard the Guam, hundreds of Marines spent Monday night preparing to storm Grenada's beaches. As they were checking their weapons and packs, Captain Erie made an unexpected announcement. He had cancelled the film that was to be shown in their berthing spaces. In its place he screened another that he thought would put them in the right mood to storm an island. It was Sands of Iwo Jima, starring John Wayne. 4 teams of SEAL commandos from the Navy, frogmen who were trained in techniques of infiltration, reconnaissance, and concealment, landed on the beaches of Grenada late Monday night. 2 were assigned to check conditions at the Point Salines airfield and nearby beaches. A 3rd was assigned to blow up the Radio Free Grenada transmitter. The 4th was to secure Sir Paul Scoon, the Governor-General, and bring him to a place where he could sign the letter requesting an invasion. The first 2 teams, which had the most urgent task, managed to land their small Sea Fox rating launches in the pounding surf at Point Salines and slip ashore undetected. They quickly discovered that rocks and coral reefs obstructed the approaches to every nearby beach, making them unsuitable for an amphibious landing. With a 3-word code walking track shoes they radioed this bad news back to the Guam. As soon as commanders heard it, they knew they had to change their plan. Instead of storming the beaches, the first wave of Americans would drop from helicopters. Most heard the news while they were watching Sands of Iwo Jima. At 3:15 on Tuesday morning, soon after the film ended, the first of 21 helicopters filled with Marines lifted off the deck of the Guam. Lightly armed and highly mobile Rangers, flying aboard 12 planes from Hunter Army Airfield in Savannah, Georgia, followed soon afterward. Dawn was breaking as the planes closed in on the airport at Point Salines. They could not land because defenders had blocked the runway with boulders, bulldozers, and other obstacles, so the Rangers had to jump. When the lead plane descended to 500 feet, men began dropping through the wet, warm air. After the first few left the plane, a searchlight from below fixed on its fuselage. "They're firing on us," the loadmaster cried. A cascade of cannon and artillery fire exploded around the plane, tearing holes in its skin. Shell fragments ripped across the hold and tracers lit up the sky. Officers aboard the plane quickly made the painful but probably correct decision to abort the jump. The squadron pulled away, back out over the water. By the time this decision was made, 40 Rangers, accompanied by an Air Force team, had already jumped. They watched from the ground in dismay as their planes flew off, leaving them isolated. A few minutes later, they were relieved to see a Spectre airborne gunship appear and begin firing at cannon emplacements around the airfield. Grenada's rudimentary air defense system was no match for this awesome machine, which carries two 6-barrel machine guns and two 20mm cannons that can fire a total of 17,000 rounds per minute. It laid down a hail of fire that quickly silenced defenders around the airfield. After that barrage, Ranger commanders decided it was safe for the rest of their troops to jump. Shortly after 6 o'clock, a single file of C-130 transports made its second approach. Each man inside was laden with weapons and 100 pounds of ammunition. "Rangers, be hard," their commander shouted at them, and with that, the troops began tumbling out into the Caribbean dawn. Flak exploded around them, tearing holes in parachutes and sending shockwaves through the clouds. Despite it all, nearly every Ranger landed safely on the macadam runway. Some set off to find and destroy enemy positions. Others worked to clear the airstrip, dragging away coils of barbed wire and hot wiring Cuban bulldozers so they could be driven off the tarmac. At 7:40, the first C-130 landed. It disgorged not just soldiers but jeeps, motorcycles, artillery pieces, and everything else that an army might need to subdue a small island. One of the key Ranger missions was to secure the medical campus at nearby True Blue. When soldiers arrived there, they found 138 nervous and grateful young men and women. Some troops remained to guard them, though there was no visible threat to their safety. Americans heard news of the invasion on their morning newscasts. Shortly after 9 o'clock, President Reagan strode to a podium at the White House to face reporters. He told them that Operation Urgent Fury was going well and that the United States had no choice but to act strongly and decisively to save Grenada and the region from a brutal gang of leftist thugs. Later in the day, Secretary of State Schultz explained the decision at greater length. There are two basic reasons that determined the president's decision. First was his concern for the welfare of American citizens living on Grenada. Second, the president received an urgent request from the countries closest to the area, the Organization of East Caribbean States, who determined for themselves that there were developments of grave concern to their safety and peace taking place. They brought in Jamaica and Barbados and, along with those two countries, made a request to the United States to help them in their desire to ensure peace and stability in their area. All that Tuesday, bombers and attack jets screeched over St. George's. They hit Cuban barracks, anti-aircraft positions on the long volcanic ridge overlooking the town, and every other target they thought might be part of enemy defenses. Given the poor information they had, some troops were reduced to using photocopies of tourist maps. It is no surprise that one of their raids went badly wrong. A pilot scored a direct hit on Grenada's mental hospital, killing more than a dozen patients. Several dozen others, even more dazed than usual, stumbled away from the blazing ruins. They wandered the streets for days as war swirled around them, lending a surreal touch to a military operation that already had a comic opera aspect. By mid-afternoon, after several hours of pounding from jet bombers and helicopter gunships, anti-aircraft fire had ceased. Those few Cubans and Grenadines who still wanted to fight had fled into the interior. The roar of arriving transport planes replaced the staccato of gunfire and explosions. Commandos assigned to blow up the radio transmitter had completed their mission without resistance, but the ones assigned to extract Sir Paul Schoon ran into trouble. They easily found his house. He had posted a sign saying "Welcome U.S. Marines" on his lawn, but before they could bring him out, Grenadian soldiers surrounded the house and began firing at it. The would-be rescuers suddenly found themselves in need of rescue. Early Wednesday morning, Admiral Metcalf sent 250 Marines to break the siege. They accomplished their mission with ease, and by midday Sir Paul was sipping tea aboard the Guam. Later that afternoon he was flown back to Point Salines, where American officers escorted him to a nearby house. Waiting for him there was Brigadier Rudyard Lewis, commander of the Barbados Defense Force and the new Caribbean Peacekeeping Force. From his briefcase, Lewis produced the letter that State Department officials had drafted for Sir Paul's signature. It said Grenada was in a grave and dangerous situation, and appealed for outside help to facilitate a rapid return to peace and tranquility and a return to democratic rule. Sir Paul happily signed. The letter was backdated by 2 days, to October 24, the day before the invasion. As Sir Paul was doing his diplomatic duty at Point Salines, the 82nd Airborne was fanning out across southern Grenada. Soldiers met small pockets of resistance, including at several spots in St. George's, but nothing that could challenge their overwhelming superiority of numbers and weaponry. In many places, civilians welcomed them with applause and cold drinks. Things were coming so unstuck, one man told an American reporter. "I'm sure we were just snatched in time from the devil's own mouth." About 6,000 American soldiers ultimately landed in Grenada, at least twice the number needed to do the job. Their stay was short. The Marines left first, resuming their interrupted trip to Lebanon. The Rangers quickly followed. Just 8 days after the invasion, the American force had dwindled to 3,000. By the end of the year, only a few companies of military police remained. Several members of Congress rushed to visit Grenada to revel in the victory. "A lot of folks around the world feel we are more steady and reliable than heretofore," said one of them, Representative Dick Cheney of Wyoming. Others roundly denounced the invasion, among them Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan of New York, who doubted that you restore democracy at the point of a bayonet. Many foreign governments also protested. The United Nations General Assembly overwhelmingly passed a resolution deeply deploring a flagrant violation of international law. President Reagan, as was his wont, brushed this criticism aside. When asked how he reacted to news that more than 100 member states had voted for the United Nations resolution, he replied, "100 nations in the United Nations have not agreed with us on just about everything that's come before them where we're involved, and it didn't upset my breakfast at all." He knew he had given Americans a psychological as well as a strategic victory, and had reason to feel proud. A few weeks later, Reagan gave an emotional speech to the Congressional Medal of Honor Society in New York. Aides took pains to tell reporters that he had written it himself. In a few words, he distilled what he believed the Grenada invasion should teach Americans and the world. "Our days of weakness are over," Reagan proclaimed. "Our military forces are back on their feet, and standing tall." 11. You're no good. A mutilated corpse without a head, stuffed into a canvas bag made for delivering U.S. mail, set off the long chain of events that led the United States to invade Panama and overthrow its leader. The remains were those of an outspoken Panamanian patriot who disappeared on an autumn day in 1985. His head was never found. The murder of Hugo Spatafora, one of the most flamboyant figures in modern Panamanian history, stunned a country where such crimes are all but unknown. Revulsion rose to a new level when the results of an autopsy on Spatafora's torso were released, showing that he had suffered through hours of unspeakable torture and that his head had been slowly severed while he was still alive. These facts alone, however, were hardly enough to rouse the United States into action. During the mid-1980s, senior American leaders, including President Ronald Reagan, vigorously supported military regimes in Guatemala and El Salvador, whose troops carried out comparable crimes every day. What made the Spatafora murder such a crucial turning point in Panamanian history was that it signaled the regime's slide into irrationality. That is a quality the United States can tolerate in many of its allies, but not one whose domain is so close to the Panama Canal. General Manuel Antonio Noriega, commander of the Panama Defense Forces, had good reason to believe himself above the law. Within Panama he ruled almost by whim. In the wider world, he had accumulated a remarkably diverse set of friends. He collaborated simultaneously with some of Colombia's most powerful drug dealers and the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, with the Sandinista army in Nicaragua and guerrillas who were fighting to depose it, with the CIA and the Cuban intelligence service. Wealthy beyond the wildest dreams of an illegitimate child of the Panama City slums, amply supplied with all he needed to feed his considerable private appetites, and with powerful allies around the world, he came to consider himself invulnerable. It took a full-scale military invasion to show him he was wrong. Noriega rose from the streets, but despite his occasional stage-managed parachute jumps and scuba diving expeditions, he never became anyone's real hero. He was short and stubby, and had a diffident manner, a weak handshake, and a face so badly pockmarked that behind his back, people called him cara de pina pineapple face. Although he was capable of extreme cruelty, he could collapse into tears when he thought danger was approaching. He chose the military as his only realistic chance for advancement in life, and his early career was marked by episodes of rape and other sorts of brutality. Twice he attended courses at the U.S. Army School of the Americas in the Panama Canal Zone. The first course was in jungle warfare, and his performance was abysmal. He finished 147th among 161 students. In his second, though, he was a great success, and rated outstanding by his instructor. That course was in counterintelligence. Noriega had found his life's work. As Noriega was climbing out of Panama City's hardscrabble terraplane district, Hugo Spadafora, who was 6 years younger, came of age in the prosperous seaside town of Chitra, 100 miles to the southwest. From his earliest years, Spadafora lived a life very different from that of the man who would later become his mortal enemy. His father was an immigrant from Italy, a cosmopolitan intellectual who owned a furniture factory and became popular enough to be elected mayor of Chitra. The family sent Hugo to medical school in Bologna, and while he was there, he fell in with a group of leftists who were closely following the progress of anti-colonial revolutions in Africa. Fired with enthusiasm for their cause, he decided to offer his medical services to rebels fighting in Portuguese Guinea, now Guinea-Bissau. He spent a year with rebels in the Guinean jungle, impressing them deeply enough so that after they won independence, in 1974, they named a street in the capital after him. Upon returning to Panama, he wrote a book called Thoughts and Experiences of a Medical Guerrilla. By the time he was 30, many Panamanians knew his story and considered him a romantic hero. In 1968, Panamanian military officers seized power in a bloodless coup. Spadafora joined an underground cell devoted to overthrowing their regime. He was soon arrested. In other Latin American countries he might have rotted in jail or been made to disappear, but the new Panamanian strongman, General Omar Torrijos, was not a dictator in the classic mold. Although hardly a paragon of democratic virtue, he was a visionary determined to wrest power from the country's entrenched elite and pull the Panamanian masses out of poverty. 2 weeks after Spadafora was arrested, Torrijos summoned him from his cell for a long conversation about revolution, social reform, and the challenges of power. When it was over, he made Spadafora an offer: instead of returning to prison, he could go to a remote spot in the Darien jungle and open a health clinic. Spadafora instantly accepted and plunged into his work with zealous passion. Later Torrijos named him Director of Medical Services in Cologne, the country's poorest province, and then promoted him to Deputy Minister of Health. In the late 1970s, bored with the bureaucrat's life, Spadafora asked for and received Torrijos's permission to raise a guerrilla squad to fight alongside Sandinistas, who were rebelling against the dynastic Somoza dictatorship in Nicaragua. Only a leader as multifaceted as Torrijos could have nurtured the careers of both these men. They represented the two sides of his character and his regime. Like Spadafora, Torrijos was an idealist who scorned the ideologies of left and right, and looked everywhere for ideas that were practical enough to improve the lives of ordinary people. He was also a career soldier who had seized power in a coup, knew he had many enemies, and relied on amoral thugs like Noriega to protect his 1M rule. In 1970 he promoted Noriega to one of the most sensitive of all government posts, Chief of G2, the Office of Military Intelligence. Spadafora was everything Noriega was not: tall, fair-skinned, highly articulate, improbably handsome, and immensely self-confident. Over the years, as Noriega slipped steadily toward the criminality that would become his hallmark, Spadafora came to detest him. In 1981 he presented a sheaf of evidence to Torrijos. "Omar, you have to be very careful with Noriega," Spadafora warned Torrijos. "Noriega is controlling you. Noriega is involved with drugs. Noriega is trafficking in arms. Noriega is going to kill you. Torrijos asked Spadafora to repeat these charges in Noriega's presence, and, with typical fearlessness, Spadafora did so. He accused Noriega to his face not only of smuggling guns and cocaine but of running a lucrative racket in which he had his men spy on wealthy Panamanians so he could learn their private secrets and blackmail them. Noriega was shocked, the Wall Street Journal reporter Frederick Kemp later wrote. No one had ever dared confront him so. Everyone knew Spadafora had driven the final nail either into Noriega's coffin or into his own. 6 months later, on July 30, 1981, Torrijos died in a helicopter crash. It was ruled an accident, but more than a few Panamanians suspected foul play. Whatever the truth, the force that had kept Noriega and Spadafora from each other's throats was gone. Their rivalry intensified. It spilled into public view when Spadafora told journalists that he had evidence of Noriega's crimes and would soon present it so Panamanians could learn the truth about this pseudo-commander who has reached his position and rank through treason and opportunism. Noriega was not amused. Hugo could die any day now, he told one of their mutual friends. Maybe even by swallowing a fishbone. This looming confrontation was averted, at least temporarily, when Spadafora turned his attention back to Nicaragua. He had become disillusioned with the Sandinista regime he had fought to install, and spent several years trying to organize a force to help overthrow it. But because he refused to cooperate with the CIA, which was directing the anti-Sandinista army known as the Contras, he was cut off from vital supplies and military intelligence. Finally he turned his focus back on his homeland, and particularly on Noriega. Against the advice of friends and relatives, he decided to return openly. At his home in San Jose, Costa Rica, Spadafora rose early on September 13, 1985. He began his day with yoga exercises, then ate breakfast and set off in a taxi toward the Panamanian border. One of his friends had offered to meet him there and drive him to Panama City, but Spadafora decided to take a bus instead, fearing that if he traveled in a private car, Noriega's men might arrange to kill him in a staged crash. The bus made its first stop in Concepcion, a dusty little town about 10 miles inside of Panamanian territory. There an officer of the Panama Defense Forces stepped aboard, found Spadafora, and lifted his bag off the rack above his head. "Come with me," he said simply. Spadafora rose to follow. As he was leaving the bus, he stopped to show his identity card to the driver. "So you will know who I am," he said. "I'm Dr. Hugo Spadafora. I'm being detained by this member of the Defense Forces." The driver asked Spadafora to pay his fare, which was $1.20, and then watched as the two men crossed the town plaza. Another officer joined them. They walked 3 blocks to the local military post and disappeared behind its gate. The next day, a Costa Rican farmer who lived near the Panamanian border was rounding up stray chickens when he saw 2 legs sticking up from a muddy pond. He waded out and found that a human body had been dumped into a sack marked as property of the United States Postal Service. When police arrived, they found that the body had no head. The next day it was identified as that of Hugo Spadafora. It bore clear evidence of torture. The stomach was full of blood that Spadafora had swallowed as his head was being slowly cut off. "They executed Spadafora," screamed the banner headline in the beleaguered opposition newspaper La Prensa. It carried a statement from the victim's father, a revered figure in his own right, that set the terms for the conflict that would build for the next 4 years before exploding into a world crisis. The macabre murder of Dr. Hugo Spadafora was planned and coldly executed by the chief of G2, Colonel Julio Aoyang, carrying out the orders of the commander of the, General Manuel A. Noriega, the statement said. "We have complete and authentic proof of these facts. From the days of Spanish colonial rule, Panama has been prized for the short, low-lying route it offers between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. In the 19th century, officials in Washington began dreaming of a sea route across the Central American Isthmus. Their decision to build a canal through Panama instead of Nicaragua led them to foment the bloodless revolution that brought the Republic of Panama into existence. The canal, which opened in 1914, gave the United States sovereignty over the canal zone and a unique stake in the new nation. It also led to the steady growth of patriotic nationalism there. This nationalism inevitably took on an anti-Yankee tone. Over the years it led to spasms of violence. The bloodiest outburst came in 1964, when several hundred Panamanian students marched toward the canal carrying their flag and a banner reading, "Panama is sovereign in the canal zone." Clashes broke out, and in one of them the Panamanian flag was ripped. That set off 3 days of rioting in which 22 Panamanians and 4 American soldiers were killed, hundreds were wounded, and $2 million worth of property was destroyed. The 1964 uprising marked the emergence of a new form of Panamanian nationalism. It was focused on a specific goal, taking back the canal zone and giving Panama control of the waterway that is its greatest resource. This movement also became the instrument by which the country's poor, non-white majority hoped to take control of their country from the pro-American oligarchs they called Ruby Blancos, or whitetails. The 1968 military coup in which Torrijos seized power was its triumph. "I do not want to enter history," Torrijos said in one of his first speeches after the coup. "I want to enter the canal zone." In an act of courageous statesmanship, President Jimmy Carter launched an urgent round of talks on the canal's future soon after he took office in January 1977. Later that year, American and Panamanian negotiators reached agreement on 2 treaties that fundamentally altered the long-standing relationship between their 2 countries. The United States agreed to withdraw completely from the canal zone by 2000 and turn the canal over to Panamanian control. Panama, in exchange, guaranteed the canal's permanent neutrality. The treaties stirred intense debate, but both countries ultimately ratified them. These treaties might have led Panama toward stability, but that prospect began evaporating soon after Torrijos perished in 1981. His successors shared his thinly veiled contempt for traditional democracy but not his passion for social justice. By 1983, one of the most notoriously corrupt among them, General Noriega, had emerged as commander of the National Guard, which he renamed the Panama Defense Forces, and the country's strongman. The first figure to dispute his power was Hugo Spadafora, who paid for his brazen challenge with his life. Noriega was at a dermatology clinic in Geneva when Spadafora was killed, undergoing treatment that he hoped would repair his deeply scarred face. There he received an urgent telephone call from Major Luis Cordoba, head of the unit that had captured Spadafora. Evidently neither man realized that American intelligence agents were eavesdropping. "We have the rabid dog in our hands," Major Cordoba told his commander. "And what does one do with the rabid dog?" Noriega asked in reply. That was the go-ahead soldiers needed in order to begin the long night of torture that ended in Spadafora's decapitation. A year earlier, Noriega had directed an electoral fraud from which Nicolas Ardito Barletta, a brilliant but colorless Chicago-trained economist, had emerged as president of Panama. Now he demanded that Barletta publicly absolve him of involvement in the Spadafora murder. Barletta refused, and on September 27, 1985, 2 weeks after the murder, Noriega forced him to resign. He left office with a prophetic warning. "Listen to me," Barletta told Noriega. "The day will come when you are sorry for what you are doing. Remember my words." Noriega had good reason to believe he could ride out this storm. He had accumulated an extraordinarily diverse and powerful group of friends. Among them were dictators, guerrilla fighters, drug smugglers, and a variety of high-ranking American officials. The CIA first recruited Noriega as an informer when he was a young cadet at the Peruvian Military Academy. His salary increased as he rose through the military ranks, and by the time he became Chief of Military Intelligence, it reached $110,000 annually. He was one of the agency's most important assets in Latin America, even meeting personally with CIA Director George H.W. Bush during a visit to Washington in 1976. In the early 1980s, Noriega formed a partnership with the drug cartel based in Medellin, Colombia, allowing it free access to clandestine airstrips in Panama from which it shipped vast amounts of cocaine into the United States. For this service, the cartel paid him fees in the range of $100,000 per flight. Typically for Noriega, however, he was also working as a principal informer for the Drug Enforcement Administration. He gave it valuable information that led to the arrest of hundreds of traffickers from rival cartels, and to the seizure of tons of cocaine. Senior American officials sent him flattering letters of commendation. During this period, Noriega further endeared himself to the Reagan administration by agreeing to help the Nicaraguan Contras. While publicly mouthing platitudes about the need for peace and cooperation among Central American countries, he gave the Contras invaluable covert support. He welcomed their leaders in Panama, permitted the United States to train their fighters in secret at Panamanian bases, and turned a blind eye when the Americans began using Howard Air Force Base, in the Canal Zone, for clandestine flights carrying weapons to their bases along the Nicaragua-Honduras border. After Noriega forced President Barletta out of office, the American ambassador in Panama, Everett Briggs, wanted to begin increasing American pressure on him. His boss, Under-Secretary of State Elliott Abrams, a vigorous supporter of the Contras, overruled him. 2 months later, eager to learn firsthand what the United States thought of him, Noriega traveled to Washington to meet the CIA director, William Casey. Casey had been the chief architect of the Contra project, and rather than reprimand Noriega or demand that he change his behavior, he was downright friendly. He let Noriega off the hook, a senior State Department official, Francis McNeil, later told a congressional committee. He scolded Noriega only for letting the Cubans use Panama to evade the trade embargo, but never mentioned narcotics nor, if I remember correctly, democracy. At the end of 1985, the newly appointed National Security Advisor, Admiral John Poindexter, came to Panama to meet with Noriega, and although according to some reports he was tougher than Casey had been, he was not forceful enough to impress his host. The Reagan administration was so obsessed with the idea of overthrowing the Sandinistas that it was ready to support even a scoundrel like Noriega as long as he continued to help the Contras. As this became clear to Panamanian opposition figures, they began looking for other ways to influence American policy. One of them, Winston Spadafora, a brother of the murdered dissident, flew to Washington and managed to persuade Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina, chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Western Hemisphere Affairs, to hold hearings on Panama in the spring of 1986. A week before the first scheduled hearing, Abrams called Helms and asked him to cancel it. He said that Noriega was being really helpful to us and was really not that big a problem. The Panamanians have promised they are going to help us with the Contras, Abrams said. If you have the hearings, it'll alienate them. It will provoke them, and they won't help us with the Contras. Helms went ahead with his hearings anyway. They led to no spectacular revelations but drew attention to the administration's extraordinary level of tolerance for Noriega. A couple of months later, the New York Times published a front-page story by reporter Seymour Hersh headlined "Panama Strongmen Said to Trade in Drugs, Arms, and Illicit Money." The Washington Post followed the next day with an even more damning story, co-written by another widely respected reporter, Bob Woodward, that added details about Noriega's crimes and detailed his long relationship with the CIA. Opinion in Washington slowly began to turn against Noriega. The director of the Drug Enforcement Administration, Jack Lawn, began a quiet investigation of his role in the drug trade, and refused a request from one of Noriega's advocates, Colonel Oliver North of the National Security Council staff, that he call it off. Then 2 United States senators from opposite ends of the political spectrum, Helms and John Kerry of Massachusetts, introduced an amendment to the 1986 Intelligence Authorization Act that required the CIA to investigate Noriega's involvement in drug trafficking, arms smuggling, money laundering, and the Spadafora murder. Casey was livid. "You don't understand," he told Helms in an angry telephone conversation. "You are destroying our policy. There are some things you don't know about, things Noriega is doing for the United States. The amendment passed anyway, but it had only symbolic effect, since the CIA report on Noriega's activities was bland and inconclusive. As 1987 began, El Man, as he was called a play on his initials, Man had reason to feel secure. He met regularly with American military commanders and with the new American ambassador, Arthur Davis. Confident that he had outwitted his enemies in Washington, he decided to move against his most powerful Panamanian rival, Colonel Roberto Diaz Herrera, who was second in command of the Panama Defense Forces. The two officers had been on uneasy terms for several years. Both had wanted to succeed Torrijos, and several months after his death, they agreed on a compromise under which Noriega would take the strongman's role until 1987, and then resign to make way for Diaz Herrera. As the date for the transfer of power approached, it became clear that Noriega had no intention of stepping down. That sent Diaz Herrera off on a bizarre adventure that took him beyond politics into the realm of the occult and supernatural. With its broad racial and cultural mix, including influences from Africa, the Caribbean, and South America, Panama is overlaid with interest in spiritualism. Many people believe in hexes, curses, faith healing, time travel, reincarnation, and astral projection. Few considered it strange that Noriega consulted spiritualists and that he felt safe only when he was near his amulets and charms. No one, however, could have imagined that this aspect of Panamanian life would play a decisive role in bringing him down. As Diaz Herrera fell under increasing pressure from Noriega, he came into contact with an elderly mystic whose guru was an Indian holy man named Sai Baba. She told him that Sai Baba had the power to stop rainbows, heal the sick, materialize all kinds of objects, read the past, present, and future of everyone, and transform himself into any human or non-human form. He was fascinated, and spent hours poring over a book of Sai Baba's wisdom. "You must dive deep to get the pearls," the book said. Diaz Herrera meditated at length on what this and other obscure maxims meant for him. He also began behaving in odd ways. Fellow officers reported that he walked through corridors of La Comandancia, the headquarters of the defense forces, with his arms held out in front of him to absorb psychic energy. He gave up alcohol, stopped seeing his mistresses, took up a diet of natural foods, and lost more than 30 pounds. Using his government expense account, he brought a series of occult practitioners to Panama. "Noriega is your enemy," one of them told him. "He is evil, and will do everything in his power to destroy you. The big war we talked about is now clear to me. It is between you and him. It will start soon." That big war exploded in June 1987. It began with Noriega dismissing Diaz Herrera from the defense forces, offering him a diplomatic post in Japan, which he refused, and then announcing that he would remain as commander of the defense forces for another 5 years. Days later, Diaz Herrera struck back with the only weapon he had. He began spilling Noriega's secrets. In a series of spectacular interviews with reporters from Panamanian newspapers and television stations, Diaz Herrera confirmed many of the most serious charges against his former comrade. He asserted that Noriega had directed the 1984 electoral fraud that put Barletta in office, worked closely with the Medellin drug cartel, and ordered the murder of Hugo Spadafora. Never had anyone so close to Noriega turned against him with such vehemence. An outraged Noriega denounced this attack as high treason and assassination because it comes from the bosom of the institution. That did nothing to calm the explosion of support for Diaz Herrera that burst forth in the hours after his interviews were broadcast. Scores of supporters, including priests and nuns, crowded into his living room, jostling for space with a swarm of journalists, and spilled out onto the lawn. Winston Spadafora turned up. So did Father Javier Villanueva, a Roman Catholic priest who had emerged as one of Noriega's boldest critics. Through it all, Diaz Herrera remained serene. He sat on a prayer rug in his living room, holding near him a gold-colored plaque that depicted a lotus flower surrounded by symbols of the world's major religions. "I am a criminal," he confessed. "I am ready to go to jail for my crimes, but I think Noriega should go with me." These potent charges set off days of anti-Noriega protest. Thousands of people poured onto the streets of Panama City. Noriega responded by sending soldiers to fire tear gas grenades at them and beat them as they fled. On June 26, over the objections of the Reagan administration, the United States Senate passed a resolution calling on Noriega to step down while charges against him were investigated. Senator Kerry, who had become chairman of the Senate subcommittee dealing with drugs and terrorism, intensified an investigation of Noriega that he had been pursuing for more than a year. Even after the street protests in Panama City ended and Diaz-Herrera faded from the scene, he issued a statement repudiating his charges, then fled the country. The anti-Noriega movement in Washington continued to gain momentum. Two of Noriega's most powerful supporters in the Reagan administration, Elliott Abrams and Oliver North, fell from power as a result of their involvement in the Iran-Contra scandal, a covert scheme to sell arms to Iran and use the proceeds to prop up the Contras. Then, early in 1988, two grand juries in Florida handed up criminal indictments charging Noriega and more than a dozen others, including Pablo Escobar, the boss of the Medellin cartel, with conspiring to send tons of cocaine into the United States. These indictments were not the only reason the United States began turning against Noriega. He had embraced a peace plan for Central America named after Contadora, the Panamanian island where regional leaders launched it that the Reagan administration strongly opposed. Noriega's friends in Washington began looking for a way to ease him out of power. During 1988 they made a series of overtures to him. At one point, the White House even announced publicly that it would seek to have criminal charges against him dropped if he would agree to retire. Although he came close to accepting this offer, he changed his mind at the last moment. His obstinacy seemed like madness in the face of the forces that were aligning against him, but as the veteran foreign correspondent Tom Buckley later speculated, there may have been method to it. Why shouldn't Noriega just retire and enjoy his millions? That was one idea heard over and over in Panama around this time. Everyone assumed the general was finished. But Noriega could not have retired, he would have been murdered by the Medellin cartel. In power, Noriega was useful to them. Out of power, he was dangerous, he knew too much. Staying in power and staying alive were the same for Noriega. Presidents of Panama never meant much to Noriega. He insisted that they obey his every order, and fired them when they balked. When an opposition figure, Guillermo Endara, won the presidential election held in May 1989, Noriega simply ignored the result and imposed his own candidate instead. For many years Noriega seemed able to manipulate presidents of the United States almost as easily. Jimmy Carter cut off his CIA stipend but blocked efforts to indict him on drug and arms smuggling charges. Ronald Reagan ignored his crimes in order to ensure his continued support for the Contras. When George H.W. Bush, a former CIA director who was intimately aware of Noriega's activities, took office, in January 1989, Noriega had good reason to believe he had another friend in the White House. Bush, however, came into office with the handicap of being considered weak and indecisive, and had to deal with what commentators called the wimp factor. In May, after Noriega imposed his own president against the will of Panamanian voters, Bush announced that he was sending 1,800 troops to American bases in Panama, a step that was intended as a message to Noriega. When a reporter asked the president what he would like the Panamanians to do, Bush replied that they should just do everything they can to get Mr. Noriega out of there. During that summer of 1989, American and Panamanian soldiers engaged in an extended test of will. They stopped each other at roadblocks, arrested each other, and sometimes abused each other. Among the newly arrived soldiers was a group of Marines who were known as hard chargers, evidently devoted to provoking confrontations. They found the defense forces in an equally aggressive mood. By autumn, a list the Americans had compiled of injuries their men and women had suffered at the hands of Panamanian soldiers included bruises, broken fingers, and loosened teeth. Their refusal to respond to these abuses with force led some soldiers to suggest that instead of continuing to refer to the United States Southern Command as SOUTHCOM, they should start calling it WIMPCOM. In August, at the recommendation of Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney, President Bush named a new commander of SOUTHCOM. To those familiar with the American Corps of General Officers, this was a clear signal that a crackdown was at hand. The new commander, General Max Thurman, spoke not a word of Spanish and readily admitted that he knew nothing about Latin America, but the focused intensity behind his oversized eyeglasses was so renowned that other officers called him Mad Max or Maxitola. Before he left to assume his command, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral William Crowe, told him he would soon be at war. "We're going to go," Crowe told him. "Your job is to put that place on alert, get the population down, get things we don't need out of there, and be prepared to go." Thurman assumed command on Saturday, September 30, 1989. In his inaugural speech, which Noriega attended, he declared that the United States would not recognize or accommodate with a regime that holds power through force and violence at the expense of the Panamanian people's right to be free. The next evening, however, he turned down a chance to force the strongmen from power. A senior officer in the defense forces, Major Moises Giroldi, sent word to Thurman that he was planning to stage a coup against Noriega the next day. Giroldi commanded the 200-man unit that controlled La Comandancia, the military headquarters in Panama City, and served as Noriega's inner line of defense. Now he was prepared to strike against his commander. All he asked from the Americans was that they block roads that lead to Panama City from the north, so that Noriega's elite fighting brigade, the Machos del Monte, would not be able to rush in and rescue him. General Thurman was not interested. He had been sent to Panama to lead an American military action against Noriega, and was in no mood to settle for a Panamanian solution. Such a solution could remove Noriega, but the Americans wanted something more, the destruction of the Panama Defense Forces. As long as it existed, even without Noriega, it was likely to be a power unto itself, and not necessarily responsive to the United States. You had to take down not only Mr. Noriega, but take down elements of his supporting entity to reduce the PDF to nothing, Thurman said afterward. At 2 o'clock on Monday morning, Thurman telephoned General Colin Powell, who had just taken over from Crowe as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He easily persuaded Powell that it would be best not to help the plotters. Powell, in turn, shaped the White House response. The Americans would block no roads. Giroldi never envisioned his coup as an American operation, and did not consider canceling it after learning that the Americans would not support him. He postponed it for just a single day. His men struck as Noriega arrived for work at La Comandancia on Tuesday morning. Within 40 minutes, after a series of gun battles, they captured him. Some rebels wanted to shoot him on the spot, one reporter wrote afterward. All watched as Noriega burst into tears and begged for his life. Some of his captors jeered, yelling that a narco-trafficker deserved to die. Giroldi decided that rather than killing Noriega, he would turn him over to the Americans. He dispatched several of his aides to Fort Clayton, in the Canal Zone, to pass the offer on to General Mark Cisneros, second in command to General Thurman. Cisneros kept them waiting for half an hour, and then, after talking to Thurman by telephone, said he would accept Noriega only under a detailed set of conditions. Meanwhile, the Machos del Monte were racing to Noriega's defense along the very roads that Thurman had refused to block. As they closed in on La Comandancia, Noriega regained his old swagger. He dared Giroldi to kill him, and spat at him in contempt when Giroldi refused. The Machos del Monte and other troops loyal to Noriega stormed La Comandancia shortly after noon. Within an hour they had recaptured it. They brought the rebel leaders to Noriega. Giroldi wept and pleaded, just as Noriega had done a few hours earlier. The commander was unimpressed. "I'm tired of these bastards," he told the soldiers who had rescued him. To emphasize his point, Noriega pulled out his pistol and shot one of the rebels in the face. Then he ordered a slow death for Giroldi. An autopsy later showed that before he was executed, Noriega's men shot off his elbows and kneecaps, broke one of his legs and one of his ribs, and cracked his skull open. "I blame the Americans for my husband's death," Giroldi's embittered widow said after fleeing to Miami. "They only had to show off their power and equipment, and his coup would have worked." This episode produced a storm of criticism in Washington. Senator Helms called President Bush, General Thurman, and the rest of the administration's team a bunch of Keystone Cops. The military analyst Harry G. Summers wrote in his syndicated newspaper column that the American national security apparatus was in chaos. In the unkindest cut of all, the chairman of the House Select Committee on Intelligence, Representative Dave McCurdy of Oklahoma, said that Bush's failure to act had led to a resurgence of the wimp factor. Tension crackled through Panama City in the weeks after the failed coup, but that did not stop four testosterone-driven Marines from driving to the Marriott Hotel on Saturday night, December 16. They were among the hard chargers, and the prospect of facing off with Panamanian soldiers was hardly enough to keep them from the hotel bar, which often drew sassy Ruby Blanca women. They were disappointed to find it half empty. On their way back to the Canal Zone, the Marines took a shortcut that led them into a barrio of cobblestone streets and dead ends. They became confused and suddenly found themselves at a roadblock. To make matters worse, they saw that they were just a block from La Comandancia. Their weathered Chevrolet immediately drew a crowd. Soldiers with the scruffy beards and black t-shirts that were trademarks of Noriega's elite machos Del Monte surrounded it. They waved their Kalashnikovs and ordered the Marines out of the car. "Shit, it's the fucking machos," one of the Marines cursed as he saw them. "They just locked and loaded," shouted the driver. "Let's get the hell out of here." He pushed the gas pedal to the floor and crashed his car through the roadblock. Soldiers fired at it as it fled into the darkness. One bullet hit Lieutenant Robert Paz, a Marine intelligence officer. The driver made for Gorgas Hospital in the Canal Zone but had trouble finding it. When he finally did, doctors were unable to save Lieutenant Paz. That was also the night of the annual Christmas party at Fort Amador, in the Canal Zone. Children were singing Feliz Navidad when a messenger brought General Cisneros news of the shooting. He waited for the song to end and then announced it, not saying that the victim had died. Then he ordered all officers to report to their duty stations immediately, and advised their spouses to return home and stay behind closed doors. "That was the beginning," one officer's wife recalled afterward. "From the 16th on, you saw your husband occasionally." By the time Lieutenant Paz was killed, Thurman and his new staff officers had finished drawing up a plan for what was dubbed Operation Blue Spoon, a full-scale American invasion of Panama. Their superiors at the Pentagon had approved it. President Bush was determined that it should go forward. All that had been needed was a spark, an episode that could be cited as the last straw. The Paz killing provided the justification. The next morning, Bush attended a church service at a military base in Arlington, Virginia. Reporters shouted questions about what he was intending to do in Panama. He made no reply. After the service, he was driven to the White House for brunch. When it was over, he pulled Vice President Dan Quayle aside and told him he had decided to strike against Noriega immediately. Then he summoned his senior advisors to the Oval Office. General Powell presented the Blue Spoon Plan. It was to be a massive invasion by 25,000 troops, about half of them from the Canal Zone and the other half from bases in the United States. They would strike 27 objectives simultaneously, destroy the Panama Defense Forces, capture Noriega, and oversee a quick return to civilian rule. Bush asked if a smaller operation, targeted specifically against Noriega, might be feasible. Powell said it was not, because Noriega moved quickly and American commandos might not be able to find him. "This guy is not going to lay off," Bush sighed after General Powell finished answering his questions. "It will only get worse. Let's do it." Powell was back at the Pentagon by 4 o'clock. His first call was to General Thurman in Panama. "The President said I should be sure to tell you that enough is enough," he told Thurman. "Execute Blue Spoon." "Roger, sir." D-Day, 20 December, Powell continued. H-hour, 0100. "Yes sir," Thurman replied. "I understand my orders." Monday and Tuesday were days of intense activity at the Pentagon and half a dozen military bases from California to North Carolina. Army Rangers were mobilized, Navy SEAL teams prepared for action, and Air Force commanders marshaled a force of 285 planes to bring the fighters and their equipment to Panama. At one of the last Pentagon planning sessions, General James Lindsay, chief of the Special Operations Command, raised an unexpected concern. He didn't like the name of the operation. How would it feel years from now, he asked his comrades, when veterans would have to tell stories of their exploits in Blue Spoon? It sounded like the title of a jazz tune, or the name of a remote frontier town. For years, a computer at the Pentagon had been generating the names of American military operations. It spat out Blue Spoon after producing nearly a dozen others for preceding operations in Panama, including Elaborate Maze, Nimrod Dancer, Purple Storm, Sand Flea, Prayer Book, Golden Pheasant, Fisher's One, Elder Statesman, and Blade Jewel. This time, commanders overruled the computer. They decreed that the invasion of Panama would henceforth be known as Operation Just Cause. On Tuesday evening, December 19, as Noriega was sipping Old Par whiskey with a couple of other officers at a command post in Cologne, his telephone rang. He switched on the speakerphone. One of his staff officers was calling from Panama City. "General, all the indications I'm receiving point to a major military action by the gringos sometime tonight," the officer reported. Noriega pressed for details. Despite all that had happened, he never seriously believed that the Americans would try to dislodge him by force. After hanging up, he poured himself another glass and told his secretary to make some phone calls, find out what's happening. Then his well-honed survival instinct took hold. He called for his driver and slipped out into the night. The Panama Defense Forces had 13,000 soldiers, but most of them were police officers, customs agents, or prison guards. Only about 3,500 were trained or armed for combat. They had no hope of resisting the overwhelming power that came down upon them in the pre-dawn hours of December 20th. More than 3,000 Rangers parachuted onto and around airports, military bases, and other objectives in Panama, making this the largest combat airdrop since World War II. In most places, Panamanian defenders surrendered or simply melted away. Those that held out were quickly silenced by the devastating firepower of Spectre gunships. The invaders' most important target was La Comandancia. Columns of tanks and armored cars closed in on it soon after 1 o'clock in the morning. Rifle platoons followed close behind. They smashed their way through barricades and poured heavy rifle and rocket fire into the flimsy wooden buildings around them. Many went up in flames. Terrified residents rushed into the streets, some of them only to be cut down by gunfire. Children shrieked as parents pulled them out through clouds of smoke. Guns blazed for much of the night. Not until 6 o'clock were the Rangers able to move into the smoldering ruins of La Comandancia. While fighting raged around La Comandancia and other combat units were seizing targets across the country, small squads of American commandos crept through Panama City on special missions. One found and destroyed Noriega's private Learjet, which the Americans feared he would use in trying to flee. Another raided a prison to free an American who had been arrested for collaborating with the CIA. A third commando squad was to have been sent to find Guillermo Endara, who had won that year's presidential election but had been prevented from taking office, bring him to the Canal Zone with his two running mates, and swear them in to head a new government. Instead of sending this squad, however, American commanders came up with a less risky idea. They simply invited the three men to dinner at Howard Air Force Base on December 19. When the guests arrived, an American diplomat told them that an invasion was imminent and that the United States wanted to hand the government over to them. They were stunned. "I felt like a big sledgehammer hit my head," Andara said later. After waiting for several hours, the three men were brought to another American base in the Canal Zone, Fort Clayton. Shortly before 2 o'clock in the morning, with Panama City in flames, they took their oaths of office. Fort Clayton was the headquarters of the new government for the next 30 hours. Only then, with the victory won, did the Americans allow Panama's new leaders to return to Panamanian territory. At 7 o'clock that Wednesday morning in Washington, President Bush broadcast a message to the nation. He said he had ordered the invasion only after reaching the conclusion that every other avenue was closed and the lives of American citizens were in grave danger. By the time he spoke, American forces had already secured all of their important objectives. One uncomfortable fact, however, made it impossible for him to declare victory. Noriega was nowhere to be found. Several commando units were assigned to capture Noriega, but none was ever given a timely enough tip to do so. On Wednesday afternoon, American commanders offered a $1 million reward to anyone who would turn him in. His network of girlfriends, Santeria practitioners, and military comrades, though, served him well. The Americans could not find him. World attention quickly focused on this high-stakes cat-and-mouse game. Although Noriega managed to elude his pursuers for several days, he soon realized that he could not hide indefinitely. Holed up in a small apartment on the edge of Panama City, he became morose. On Sunday afternoon, it was Christmas Eve, he decided to call Monsignor José Sebastián Laboa, the papal nuncio in Panama City. Laboa was an outspoken critic of Noriega and the defense forces, but also a sophisticated diplomat who wished to see this conflict ended without more bloodshed. He agreed to grant Noriega asylum at the Nunciatura, as the Vatican embassy was known. Rather than go himself to pick up the deposed dictator, Laboa sent Father Villanueva, the fiery opposition hero who prayed for the soul of Hugo Spadafora at every Mass. Villanueva arrived at the designated spot, a Dairy Queen parking lot, in a four-door Toyota Land Cruiser with darkly tinted windows. He saw no one. Finally, a van that was parked nearby edged toward him and pulled into the space next to his. Noriega emerged, wearing a baseball cap, a t-shirt, and a pair of blue shorts. He slid into the back seat of the Toyota. After the door slammed shut, Villanueva turned around to see the man against whom he had campaigned so long and loudly. "Do you know who I am?" he asked. "Yes, unfortunately," Noriega replied curtly. Both men were silent during the short ride. At the Nunciatura, Noriega told his hosts that he wished to ask for asylum in Spain. Laboa called the Spanish ambassador, who told him the request was impractical because Spain had an extradition treaty with the United States. Noriega then suggested Mexico, but the Mexican ambassador made himself unavailable. Monsignor Laboa had promised Noriega never to hand him over to anyone against his will. His task now was to persuade the fugitive that surrendering was his best option. Later he said he never doubted Noriega would ultimately agree. "He is a man who, without his pistol, is manageable by anyone," the wise nuncio surmised. The Americans, however, were not in a patient mood. As soon as they learned that Noriega was inside the Nunciatura, they sent troops to surround it. Then, on the afternoon of Christmas Day, General Thurman himself appeared at the gate. He spent 40 minutes trying unsuccessfully to persuade Laboa to surrender his guest. Barely 24 hours into the standoff, some frustrated American officials began invoking the specter of Joseph Cardinal Mindszenty, who took asylum at the United States Embassy in Budapest in 1956 and remained there for 15 years. Acting on recommendations from psychological warfare specialists, Thurman ordered a convoy of armored cars to encircle the Nunciatura as closely as possible, even pulling onto adjacent sidewalks, and gun their engines continually. Then, late on Sunday night, he sent soldiers to burn the brush off a nearby lot and turn it into a helicopter base. Finally, in what became the most surreal aspect of Operation Just Cause, he had enormous speakers placed around the Nunciatura so that rock music could be continually blared into it at deafening volume. The songs his advisors chose had titles intended as messages to Noriega, among them "I Fought the Law," "You're No Good," and "Nowhere to Run." The Americans may have hoped that this tactic would force Noriega to run out of the Nunciatura begging for mercy. Instead, it led Laboa to announce that he was suspending negotiations until the noise ceased. After several days of stalemate, the Americans shifted to a more diplomatic approach. They moved their armored cars away from the Nunciatura, disconnected their loudspeakers, and withdrew most of their soldiers. On January 2, Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger arrived in Panama. That same day, Laboa, who until then had left Noriega largely to himself, began encouraging him to think about surrender. He pulled a curtain aside so Noriega could see the angry crowd that had gathered outside, chanting "Murderer," and "Kill him." At one point he even obliquely suggested that Noriega reflect on the fate that befell the Italian dictator Benito Mussolini, who in 1945 was captured by his enemies as he tried to flee, executed, and then hung upside down in a public square. On the afternoon of January 3, 11 days after entering the Nunciatura, Noriega finally realized that he had, as the song said, nowhere to run. He asked to attend a Catholic Mass before surrendering. Father Villanueva was indignant at the very idea. "Does God love this man?" he asked Laboa incredulously. "Obviously," Laboa replied. Laboa himself celebrated the Mass that evening. When it was over, Noriega went to his room and put on a neatly pressed tan uniform that one of his mistresses had sent him. Shortly before 9 o'clock, he walked toward the door of the Nunciatura. As he was about to open it, Villanueva spoke to him for the first time since their encounter at the Dairy Queen. "I will pray for you every day," he said. "Thank you," Noriega replied. With that, the defeated strongman walked out. As soon as he was off the embassy's property, American soldiers pounced on him, taped his wrists behind his back, and hustled him into a waiting helicopter. By sunrise the next day, he was in a cell at the Metropolitan Correction Center in Miami. 12. They will have flies walking across their eyeballs. All of the 20 Afghan fighters who crossed from Pakistan into their homeland on the afternoon of October 21, 2001, should have been ready to trek for endless miles over forbidding mountain ranges. Only 19 were. Their commander had good reason to require a jeep or a mule. More than a decade earlier, he had been on a guerrilla mission when he stepped on a Soviet landmine. The explosion threw him to the ground and, as he fell, he saw an object shoot past his face. It was his right foot. From that moment, Abdul Haq fought with a broken body. Haq's small band of rebels did not look as if it could shape the fate of nations. Terrorists directed from Afghanistan had launched spectacular attacks on the United States less than 6 weeks before, however, and concepts of the possible and the impossible were in disarray. The United States had begun bombing Afghanistan in an effort to destroy its ruling party, the Taliban. Haq thought this was the wrong way to build a new, democratic Afghanistan. He was returning home to offer his compatriots an alternative. After a long series of meetings with all manner of Afghans at his headquarters in the Pakistani border town of Peshawar, Haq came to believe that he could bring down the Taliban through a combination of military and political strikes. He was even convinced he could lure important Taliban commanders to his side. During a visit to Rome, he sought and received the blessing of the exiled Afghan king, Zahir Shah, who shared his vision of a multi-ethnic civilian government for their long-suffering country. Although this mission held great promise, it was also exceedingly dangerous. Haq was entering a country ruled by ruthless fanatics, with the declared intention of overthrowing their regime. He and his men were only lightly armed and needed to reach some secure place before the Taliban found them. Haq set off before he was ready. He believed that the Taliban movement, deeply despised by most Afghans and suddenly a symbol of world terror, was on the brink of collapse. He wanted to break its hold on the country with as little violence as possible, hoping that this would reduce the power of warlords and foreign governments over the regime that followed. On October 7, however, American cruise missiles began falling on Afghanistan. That gave Haq a sense of urgency. He feared that if a foreign-sponsored bombing campaign pushed the Taliban from power, the nation would sink into chaos. He wanted to make his way into Afghanistan quickly and build a force that would not only fight the Taliban but be ready to take power when it fell. On the surface, this seemed like the kind of mission the United States would fervently support. Haq was one of the bravest and most celebrated of Afghan rebel commanders. Unlike many of the others, he was worldly, secular, and pro-Western. Margaret Thatcher had received him at Downing Street, and Ronald Reagan had singled him out for a toast at a White House reception, lifting his glass and promising, "Abdul Haq, we are with you." Yet Haq was also an outspoken nationalist. His dream was that once the Taliban was overthrown, it would be replaced by a regime free of all outside influence. "What we want from you Americans, we want friendship with you," he told one interviewer. "But we cannot salute you. We cannot be your puppet. If you expect us to be your puppet, there will be no difference for us between you and the Soviets." Comments like that made Haq a pariah in the eyes of powerful Americans. The CIA had given him only modest support during the rebellion against Soviet occupiers in the 1980s, and since he had become no more cooperative in the intervening years, the United States was not inclined to help him fight the Taliban. He went back to war anyway. Leaders of the Taliban recognized Haq as a potentially potent enemy. In 1999 they sent a squad to assassinate him at his home in Peshawar, but the killers managed only to gun down his wife and 11-year-old son. So when Haq crossed into Afghanistan on that autumn night, he wanted to punish the Taliban not simply for what it had done to Afghanistan but for what it had done to his own family. Peshawar has for centuries been a dazzling center of espionage and intrigue. It is so dangerous that a man can be snatched from the streets and made to disappear without a trace, but also so safe that money changers doze in front of great bundles of cash. Vendors in the labyrinthine bazaar sell mountain lion pelts, peacock feathers, juicy melons, and what they say is the world's finest heroin. Spies are everywhere. It is hard to keep a secret in Peshawar. That was especially true for Abdul Haq. The Taliban had failed to kill him, but it maintained intimate relations with the Pakistani Secret Service, which also had no use for him. Both groups followed his every move, tapped his telephone, and repeatedly tried to bribe their way into his inner circle. Because Haq was so talkative, it was probably not necessary for Taliban and Pakistani spies to watch him this closely. Soon after he crossed into Afghanistan, an article about his mission appeared in the Wall Street Journal. A key anti-Taliban commander has entered the south of Afghanistan with a force of about 100 men to try to open the first ethnic Pashtun front against the regime. Mr. Haq plans to launch a military assault in the next few days. While among Afghanistan's most respected commanders from that period, Mr. Haq hasn't received support distributed in recent months by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency to some anti-Taliban leaders. Among several opposition leaders in Peshawar who have criticized the U.S. bombing. While 16 days of strikes seem to have destroyed much of the Taliban's military hardware and installations, some opposition leaders say the pounding is also gradually alienating Afghans. On Saturday, October 20, the day before he set out, Haq had met with CIA agents in Peshawar. He told them he hoped to spark a series of defections and military revolts that would bring down the Taliban with a minimum of bloodshed. They were uninterested, as they always were when Haq had an idea. All they offered him in the way of help was a few satellite telephones. He demurred, for two reasons. First, he already had all the phones he needed, courtesy of James and Joseph Ritchie, wealthy American brothers who grew up in Afghanistan and were contributing to his cause. Second, he suspected that the CIA would use global positioning chips embedded in these phones to track his movements, and perhaps pass the information to his enemies. After slipping into Afghanistan over mountains near the Khyber Pass, Haq began approaching village chiefs and others he thought might help him in his anti-Taliban mission. Several agreed to join his cause, among them a powerful Taliban leader from a district near Jalalabad. Before the final arrangements for this defection could be made, however, Haq received news that a squad of Taliban fighters, sent from Jalalabad to capture him, was approaching. He tried to retreat toward Pakistan but found every escape route blocked. Just 6 days into his mission, he was suddenly in mortal danger. Haq had only one remaining hope. Near the valley where he was cornered were 2 helicopter landing sites the Soviets had built a decade earlier. Using his satellite phone, he called James Ritchie, his American friend and supporter, who was in Peshawar anxiously awaiting news. This news was very bad. "Can you do something for me?" Haq asked. Ritchie immediately relayed this SOS to his brother in the United States, who in turn called Robert McFarlane, one of Haq's American sponsors. McFarlane, who still had the web of Washington connections he built up while serving as President Reagan's National Security Advisor, telephoned agents at the CIA Operations Center in Langley, Virginia, and also the Chief Military Advisor to the National Security Council, General Wayne Downing. He gave them Haq's precise location and pleaded that they try to save him. While McFarlane waited by his telephone for a reply that Thursday night, Haq was half a world away in Afghanistan, surrounded by enemies in the morning chill. His fate lay in the hands of the CIA, which should have been his closest ally but which, over the course of nearly 20 years, had turned him down every time he asked for help. The odds were against him. For centuries, the name Afghanistan has conjured up images of isolation and remoteness. It is a forbidding place, locked in the Asian landmass, cut off from the world by towering mountain ranges and governed more by tribal tradition than by law. Its hostility to invaders is legendary, epitomized by the fate of a British-led column that comprised more than 16,000 soldiers and camp followers when it was forced to flee Kabul in 1842, and was reduced to just a single man by the time it reached the British garrison at Jalalabad, 90 miles away. During the 19th century, Russia and Britain jousted for influence over Afghanistan in a high-stakes rivalry that became known as the Great Game. Rivalries like this usually break out when a poor country has a resource that rich countries covet. Afghanistan has no oil, no mineral wealth, and little fertile land, but it does have one asset that has always attracted outsiders: location. It lies astride routes to India, Iran, Central Asia, and China that have been strategic prizes for centuries. True to its independent tradition, Afghanistan remained neutral in both World War I and World War II. In the post-war years, its leaders sought with considerable success to remain outside the Cold War confrontation. Young officers who overthrew the monarchy in 1973 accepted aid from both the neighboring Soviet Union and the faraway United States. They held power until 1979, when a leftist coalition deposed them. The new regime found itself unable to consolidate power, partly because it sought to impose far-reaching social reforms and partly because it entered into an alliance with the Soviet Union, a country many Afghans considered imperialistic and anti-Muslim. In the provincial capital of Herat, a protest against the inclusion of women in a literacy campaign turned into a full-scale rebellion. Militants sought out and hacked to death scores of Soviet men, women, and children and jubilantly paraded some of their mangled bodies through the streets on pikes. The government, with Soviet help, took the city back after a ferocious bombing campaign in which 20,000 people were killed. This upheaval came while the region was still recovering from the shock of the Islamic Revolution in Iran, which radically reshaped the strategic map of the Middle East and Central Asia. Americans considered the revolution a serious geopolitical setback and feared that the Soviets would take advantage of it, perhaps by using Afghanistan as a base for a thrust toward Persian Gulf oil fields. For the Soviets, it revived the old fear that Muslims in their Central Asian provinces might embrace fundamentalism and use it as a banner for separatist rebellion. Worse, It came as the Soviet position in Afghanistan was eroding under pressure from Islamic rebels. At an emergency meeting of the Soviet Politburo on March 17, 1979, Yuri Andropov, the KGB director who would later become the country's leader, urged his comrades to take a hard line. Under no circumstances can we lose Afghanistan, he told them. The United States was also watching the unfolding Afghan crisis. Rebellions against pro-Soviet regimes did not break out every day, and when one began in Afghanistan, CIA analysts suggested that the agency give it covert support. The longer this rebellion lasted, they reasoned, the weaker the Soviets would become and the more resources they would have to divert to Afghanistan. At around the same time Andropov was addressing his Politburo in Moscow, the CIA came up with its first plan to aid Afghan guerrillas. This was the beginning of what would become by far the largest and most expensive operation in CIA history. Some consider it to have been a spectacular success. Others believe that in light of subsequent events, what seemed at first like a victory for the United States looks more like a catastrophe. It is axiomatic that for a guerrilla movement to succeed against a powerful army, it needs a cross-border sanctuary. The map of Central Asia makes clear that Pakistan, whose border with Afghanistan twists for more than 1,000 miles, is the logical sanctuary for Afghan rebels. So if the CIA wished to send clandestine aid to the rebels, it would have to strike a deal with Pakistan. American leaders were falling into a pattern that has shaped the regime change era. They saw the chance to score a victory, in this case by bleeding the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. Eager for that victory, they never weighed the potential long-term consequences of their action. We had just come off this terrible tragedy, this Vietnam War, and confidence was a bit shaken, Chuck Cogan, a CIA officer who was posted in the Middle East during the 1980s, explained afterward. There was a great deal of feeling of frustration, that the Soviets were advancing and we were on the defensive. And suddenly this came along as an opportunity to turn that around. The first moment the Americans could have stopped to reflect on what this intervention might produce came when they confronted the necessity of dealing with Pakistan. 2 years earlier, Pakistan's democratic order had been upset when General Zia al-Haq seized power in a military coup. Zia fervently dedicated himself to two goals: building a nuclear bomb and imposing what he called a genuine Islamic order in Pakistan. Then, just as the Americans were deciding whether to embrace him as a partner, he proceeded with the hanging of the prime minister he overthrew, Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. So the man the CIA needed most for its Afghan project was a military dictator who had ordered the execution of his predecessor, was promoting a reactionary form of Islam within his own country, and ran a network of agents around the world trying to buy outlawed nuclear material and technology. Whatever doubts the Americans had about the wisdom of embracing Zia were overwhelmed by their determination to intensify the rebellion in Afghanistan. They approached Zia and asked if he would agree to turn his country into a base for that rebellion. He was willing, but only under an extraordinary set of conditions. The CIA, he said, must deliver no weapons directly to Afghan rebels but send them instead to Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence Agency, the ISI, which would in turn pass them to the Afghans. Furthermore, no Americans were to enter Afghanistan or have any contact with guerrilla commanders. The ISI would pass CIA money and guns on to leaders of its own choosing. To all of this the CIA agreed. It subcontracted to Pakistan the job of directing the Afghan rebellion. The CIA knew exactly what their role was. General Hamid Gul, Director General of the ISI during the peak of the Afghan campaign, told an interviewer after the war ended. They knew that we were handling the operations. We were in charge of the entire episode, and they were to provide the logistic support. They were not allowed even to travel into our own tribal areas, leave alone going into Afghanistan, so much so that they could not talk to Afghan leaders without my men, ISI men, being present. Afghanistan was in upheaval when this deal was struck in mid-1979. By autumn, a communist leader named Hafizullah Amin, who had once attended Columbia University, had taken power. He treated the Soviets coolly, and when he began meeting with American diplomats in Kabul, Soviet leaders in Moscow feared that he was about to abandon them. On November 26, the Politburo secretly decided to send troops to Kabul, kill Emin, and impose a friendlier regime. On Christmas Eve, thousands of Soviet troops marched over pontoon bridges across the Amu Darya River into Afghanistan, and others landed at the airport in Kabul. Tanks followed in the morning. A squad of KGB commandos stormed Amin's palace, killed him, and placed a new strongman in power. Afghanistan was no longer simply ruled by a pro-Soviet regime, it was under Soviet military occupation. The implications quickly became clear to strategists in Washington. Until this point, they had been supporting a rebellion that was only indirectly against the Soviet Union. Now they had a chance to engage the Soviets themselves. It took President Jimmy Carter's national security advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, just 2 days to come up with a memo entitled Reflections on Soviet Intervention in Afghanistan. It is essential that Afghanistan's resistance continues. This means more money as well as arms shipments to the rebels, and some technical advice. To make the above possible, we must both reassure Pakistan and encourage it to help the rebels. This will require a review of our policy toward Pakistan, more guarantees to it, more arms aid and, alas, a decision that our security policy toward Pakistan cannot be dictated by our non-proliferation policy. Our ultimate goal is the withdrawal of Soviet troops from Afghanistan. Even if this is not attainable, we should make Soviet involvement as costly as possible. Carter embraced this strategy, and so did Ronald Reagan, who succeeded him in 1981. Soon after Reagan took office, he struck a deal with Pakistan under which the United States embraced it as a strategic ally and turned a blind eye to General Zia's sins. American aid poured into Pakistan, a total of more than $6 billion during the 1980s. So did aid to the Afghan rebels, the Mujahideen, which rose steadily from $30 million in 1981 to $200 million in 1984. Nearly every cent of it, along with nearly every weapon and bullet, was delivered first to the ISI, which then distributed it to its favored commanders. The ISI, reasonably enough, channeled American aid to those warlords who were most responsive to Pakistani influence. It particularly favored those who shared Zia's commitment to fundamentalist Islam. While the Americans looked on happily, the ISI sent hundreds of millions of their dollars to obscurantist warlords like Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, a ruthlessly ambitious commander who made a fortune in the drug trade, dreamed of turning Afghanistan into a pure Islamic state, and liked to lead his followers in lusty chants of death to America. If there was an anti-Hekmatyar among Afghan commanders, a figure who exemplified the values of nationalism and modernity, it was Abdul Haq. Son of a prominent Pashtun family, he was just 20 years old when he was imprisoned in 1978 for organizing guerrilla attacks against the regime in Kabul. His family bribed him out of prison, and after the Soviets invaded at the end of 1979 he went back to war, this time on a larger scale. He scored several great successes, including the destruction of a large Soviet arms depot in Kabul and, soon afterward, a 200-vehicle Soviet convoy. Yet his appeals for a share of the American largesse went largely unanswered. Both the ISI and the CIA considered him too independent. The ISI also found him too secular and too pro-Western. In 1985, frustrated by the ISI's refusal to support him, Haq took his case directly to Washington. He electrified many powerful Americans, among them Robert McFarlane, Reagan's national security advisor, who pronounced him extraordinary and terrifically impressive. When he returned to Pakistan, however, he found that his reception in Washington had changed nothing. General Zia refused to see him. Milt Bearden, the CIA station chief who arrived in Islamabad in 1986 and became the war's American field marshal, ridiculed him as a show-off and called him Hollywood hack. Others saw him differently. Ahmed Rashid, the preeminent journalistic chronicler of the modern Afghan wars, called Haq a very charismatic leader who built an effective network with people from very different backgrounds. Even the State Department's special envoy to the Afghan rebels, Peter Thompson, believed the CIA was foolish to support a brutal fundamentalist like Hekmatyar while rejecting a rival who had enormous support, not only in his own area but around Afghanistan. This was the essential proposition, that Hekmatyar was the best fighter and the best organized. He did get favoritism, of course, from the Pakistani ISI, and most of the weapons went to him, but he was rejected and hated by the great majority of Afghans. The CIA cut off Abdul and ceased providing him with any weapons. Privately they spread the word that he was a publicist for himself, he was Hollywood hack and didn't have much of a following inside the country. In the early 1980s, Reagan and several of his closest advisors began to believe that with enough money and weaponry, Afghan guerrillas could actually defeat the Red Army and turn their country into the Russians' Vietnam. To pay for this campaign, they recruited an unlikely partner, Saudi Arabia. The Saudis were already deeply involved in Pakistan. They had sent Zia large sums of money to open religious schools catering to both impoverished Pakistanis and Afghan refugees. To ensure that these schools taught only the puritanical Wahhabi form of Islam and that students were not exposed to such corrupting subjects as history or science, they also sent hundreds of mullahs, Quran readers, and religious teachers. Saudi Arabia was intimately tied to the United States because of its role as a vital oil supplier. In 1984, taking advantage of this friendship, President Reagan asked the Saudi royal family for help in Afghanistan. The Saudis saw at once that granting this request would be a way to strengthen their friend Zia in Pakistan, promote groups within Afghanistan that were submissive to Pakistan and its fundamentalist agenda, and at the same time ingratiate themselves to Washington. They agreed to match all American aid to Afghan rebels on a dollar-for-dollar basis. This commitment, coupled with Reagan's willingness to pour huge amounts of money into the guerrilla cause, led to one of the most far-reaching and costly operations ever mounted by an intelligence agency. In 1986 the CIA sent Afghan guerrillas $470 million, and the next year $630 million, all of it matched by the Saudis. During this period, the lawless border regions straddling Pakistan and Afghanistan gave birth to violent forces that would reshape the world in ways no one could then imagine. Although the massive size of this project is the first thing about it that jumps from the pages of history, another of its aspects was even more extraordinary. Despite the huge amounts of money the United States sent to Afghan guerrillas, it never played or even sought to play a role in deciding who received its gifts. That was left to Pakistan, which had objectives far different from Washington's. The Pakistanis chose to support 7 Afghan factions, all of them in varying degrees fundamentalist and anti-Western, and also work systematically to undermine and destroy others that were leftist, secular, or nationalist. For God's sake, one secular Afghan warned the Americans during this period, "You're financing your own assassins." As the Afghan war escalated, the world's attention began to focus on the intensifying threat of international terrorism. Hijackers seized an airliner in Beirut and murdered a United States Navy diver they found aboard. A few months later, Palestinians hijacked the cruise ship Achille Lauro and killed an elderly Jewish American passenger. Gunmen attacked the El Al airport counters in Vienna and Rome, killing 19 people. In Lebanon, kidnappers abducted the CIA station chief and tortured him to death. Others seized half a dozen Americans and held them as long-term prisoners. These events, which were highly publicized in the United States, might have led American leaders to reflect on the origins of anti-American terror. Had they done so, they might have wondered whether it was such a good idea to train and equip brigades of fundamentalists fighting in Afghanistan. Few in Washington, however, recognized that while the United States was reeling from an early wave of terror sprung from the Middle East, it was shaping the fighters who would later launch an even more horrific wave. One of the most far-reaching decisions the ISI made as it built the Afghan rebel army was to recruit militants from other Muslim countries. Many who volunteered were radicals who believed they could do something holy by coming to Afghanistan and joining a jihad against the infidel Soviet occupier. At CIA-sponsored camps inside Pakistan, they were trained in modern techniques of sabotage, ambush, and assault, and in the use of weapons from sniper rifles to time-delayed bomb detonators. The Saudi millionaire Osama bin Laden was among those who thrived in this milieu. Bin Laden arrived in Afghanistan in the early 1980s, when he was still in his mid-20s, and served for several months as a guerrilla fighter. After a time he persuaded the ISI to give him a more important assignment. He took up the job of receiving foreign militants who arrived in Afghanistan and channeling them to training camps. It was an ideal post for someone eager to meet jihadis from around the world. There were no less than 28 different Muslim countries from where these motivated youth were drawn, General Gul, the ISI chief, said when the war was over. I would say that if you were to include Pakistanis who also went and participated, it would be no less than 50,000 young men who went into Afghanistan. Slowly and inevitably, given its enormous resources, the insurgency grew stronger. Eventually it reached the point where it could seriously challenge the Red Army. In 1986 the new Soviet leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, told the Politburo that this war had become a bleeding wound that had to be stanched. At the end of that year, he announced that 8,000 Soviet troops were being called home. Finally, after doing what he could to secure the regime of the communist Afghan leader Mohammad Najibullah, he withdrew them all. On February 15, 1989, the last Red Army units crossed the Amu Darya back into Soviet territory. For the Soviets, this adventure had been an unmitigated disaster. It cost them, by their own account, nearly $100 million and the lives of 15,000 soldiers. They also lost incalculable amounts of international prestige and strategic power. Within a few years, the Soviet Union collapsed. The defeat it suffered in Afghanistan played a role in speeding its demise. If anyone lost even more from this war than the Soviets, it was certainly the Afghan people. They were liberated from occupation by a foreign power, but at a cost so staggering as to be almost incomprehensible. 1 million Afghans were killed during the 1980s. 3 million were maimed. 5 million fled to refugee camps in neighboring countries. No war ever fought in Afghanistan left such a devastating physical and spiritual legacy. General Zia was killed in a plane crash in 1988 and so did not live to see the victory, but Pakistan emerged from the war with greatly increased power. It had become a partner of the United States, a kingmaker in Central Asia, and the effective master of Afghanistan. Perhaps most important, it gained a decade of invaluable time to work on its nuclear program without having to worry about complaints from the United States. No one was more thrilled about the Soviet defeat than the Americans. For them, this war had never been about Afghanistan or anything else other than fighting the Soviet Union. By winning it, they achieved their maximum, almost unimaginable goal. Milt Bearden sent a two-word cable to Langley that distilled the surge of pride he and many other Americans felt at their triumph. "We won," it said. This outcome produced a giddy round of congratulations in Washington. It took only a short time, however, for American leaders to begin losing interest in Afghanistan. They did so against the urgent advice of some who knew the country best. President Najibullah warned publicly that if the United States did not remain engaged, Afghanistan will be turned into a center for terrorism. Abdul Haq predicted that it would become both a training ground and munitions dump for foreign terrorists and at the same time, the world's largest poppy field. Peter Thompson, the State Department envoy to the newly victorious rebels, wrote in reports to Washington that if secular-oriented commanders like Haq and the Tajik leader Ahmad Shah Massoud were left without support, fundamentalists backed by Pakistan would crush them. No one took these arguments seriously, especially after 1991, when the United States shifted its focus completely to the Gulf War against the Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein. Did we really give a shit about the long-term future of Nangarhar? Milt Bearden mused years later, referring to one of Afghanistan's provinces. Maybe not. As it turned out, guess what? We didn't. Afghan warlords who had defeated the Soviets now turned their aim on Najibullah's government. Yet Najibullah still counted on strong support from Moscow, and his enemies feuded constantly among themselves. He fended them off for more than 3 years. Once the Soviet Union collapsed, however, he was lost. On April 25, 1992, under an agreement brokered by the United Nations, he agreed to resign. Warlords formed a new government, but it quickly collapsed in recriminations that escalated into violence and ultimately into civil war. This war's most devastating result was the destruction of Kabul in the winter of 1992-93, achieved through months of sustained bombardment by Hekmatyar, who was still Pakistan's favorite warlord. As the civil war dragged on, the Pakistanis reluctantly concluded that they would never be able to impose Hekmatyar as leader of Afghanistan and decided to forge a new force that would have a better chance of winning. They recruited radical Afghan refugees from the thousands of religious schools in Pakistan, organized them into military units, and trained and armed their leaders. Because each of these recruits had been a Talib, or religious student, they called their movement the Taliban. By the time it began capturing territory in Afghanistan, at the end of 1994, it had 20,000 troops under arms and impressive amounts of weaponry. The Saudi government sent it millions of dollars, and whenever it needed more fighters, Pakistan recruited them from its Saudi-sponsored religious schools. The Taliban also owed a great deal to the United States. Some of its militants had learned the art of war during the 1980s at camps paid for by the CIA. Many others became radicalized in the pro-fundamentalist climate that the CIA encouraged during that period. After the Soviet defeat, they either fought in the civil war or retreated to the austere monasticism of their religious schools in Pakistan. When they re-emerged a few years later as a fundamentalist militia, they owed as much to the Americans as to the Pakistanis. Help from Pakistan and the United States would probably have been enough to lead the Taliban to power, but it had another powerful patron. Early in 1996, Osama bin Laden returned to Afghanistan after several years in Sudan, bringing his Al-Qaeda terror group with him. He recognized the Taliban as a movement perfectly in line with his own beliefs and gave it $3 million to fuel its push to final victory. On September 27, 1996, propelled by 4 powerful friends, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, the United States, and bin Laden, Taliban forces rolled triumphantly into Kabul. One squad stormed the United Nations compound, where former President Najibullah had been living since his overthrow 4 years before, seized him, castrated him, hanged him, and then left his body dangling in a public square. Immediately after seizing Kabul, Taliban militants went on a rampage most unlike those of other conquering armies. They considered all visual imagery blasphemous, so they smashed televisions, destroyed cameras, and ripped photos from walls. To prevent people from listening to music, which they also considered evil, they destroyed all radios and stereo equipment. They banned alcohol and tobacco, forbade dancing, and even outlawed kite flying. Most chilling, they withdrew every conceivable right from women, decreeing that they must not work or study outside their homes and that whenever they appeared in public, they had to be covered with a burqa more forbidding than anyone in the modern world had ever seen. The Taliban regime also embraced bin Laden, and allowed him to establish camps in Afghanistan where militants from around the world could be trained in terror tactics. Theirs was an ideal match. Mullah Mohammed Omar, the Taliban leader, wanted to bring Afghanistan under pure Islamic rule. Bin Laden had the same ambition for the entire Muslim world. Both seethed with hatred of the West. Soon they were running Afghanistan together and turning it into the world's most active breeding ground for terrorism. Despite all of this, the United States maintained good relations with the Taliban. American officials, according to Martin Ewens, a senior British diplomat who served in the region for years, were not just muted about, but even dismissive of, the social and judicial excesses that were from an early stage the hallmark of the Taliban's rule. There was a clear reason for this. An American oil company, Unocal, wanted to build a $2 billion pipeline to carry natural gas from the rich fields of Turkmenistan to booming Pakistan, and perhaps on to India. The pipeline would have to run across Afghanistan, and for that reason Unocal was eager to see a government in Kabul, any kind of government that could pacify the country. The most prominent American pushing for friendship with the Taliban was Robin Raffel, an Assistant Secretary of State in the Clinton administration. Her interest was unabashedly commercial. During a visit to Kabul in 1996, she said she hoped to facilitate U.S. business interests, and warned that if the United States did not deal with the Taliban on the pipeline project, economic opportunities here will be missed. The American journalist Steve Kahl, author of a magisterial work on the modern Afghan wars, wrote that Raffel seemed principally interested in corporate deal-making. In the absence of alternatives, the State Department had taken up Unocal's agenda as its own, Kahl wrote. American tolerance of the Taliban was publicly and inextricably linked to the financial goals of an oil company. By the time the Taliban took power, Afghanistan had been at horrific war with itself for nearly 20 years. Many Afghans welcomed them despite their excesses, hoping that they would finally bring a measure of peace to the country. This they did. It was a piece of the graveyard, to be sure, enforced by amputations, floggings, and public executions, but for a time, Afghans thought that the Taliban might lead them toward a better future. Feminists in the United States and elsewhere protested the Taliban's treatment of women, but their anger was not enough to push Afghanistan back onto the world political agenda. It took the country's most famous guest, Osama bin Laden, to do that. On August 7, 1998, terror squads acting at his direction blew up the American embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing more than 200 people. 2 weeks later, President Clinton ordered the bombing of a camp in Afghanistan where bin Laden was thought to be living. More than 60 Tomahawk cruise missiles hit the camp, but although about 24 militants were killed, the terror leader was not among them. By then, several of the Mujahideen armies that had torn Afghanistan apart for so long were reforming and beginning to attack the Taliban. The country was pulled back into civil conflict by the same warlords who had done so much to wreck it during the 1980s, Hekmatyar, Masoud, the Uzbek leader Abdul Rashid Dostum, and Ismail Khan, based in the western city of Herat. All used weapons the CIA had sent them to fight the Soviets a decade earlier. Abdul Haq had served as Minister of Security in the Mujahideen government that tried and failed to rule the country after Najibullah resigned but quickly became disgusted with the regime and quit. Deeply frustrated by what was happening to Afghanistan, he decided to leave. For 6 years he lived quietly in Dubai, running an import-export company. In the summer of 2001, with his waist thicker and his beard grayer, he returned. He saw a chance that the Taliban might fall, and wanted to help shape the new regime. Haq's plan was to reassemble his Pashtun force and ally it with Masoud's Northern Alliance. Masoud was a figure of dubious repute, but, like Haq, he both rejected fundamentalism and had a genuine popular following. Theirs was a highly promising combination, and the regime knew it. Early in September, 2 al-Qaeda operatives arrived at Masoud's headquarters posing as journalists. After waiting for several days, they were finally brought to see the rebel leader. Their video camera was actually a bomb, and moments after Masoud sat down for his interview they detonated it. He bled for 15 minutes and then died. 2 days later, in the bloodiest attack on American soil since the Civil War, Al-Qaeda terrorists flew hijacked airplanes into the Pentagon and the World Trade Center in New York. Nearly 3,000 people were killed. In response, President George W. Bush set his sights on Afghanistan. "We're going to find out who did this, and we're going to kick their asses," Bush told Vice President Dick Cheney an hour after the September 11 attacks. Later he told President Vicente Fox of Mexico that all enemies of the United States were now wanted, dead or alive. Others in the administration echoed his defiance in even more colorful terms. "We'll rout 'em out, Kofor Black, head of the CIA's counterterrorism center, promised Bush 2 days after the attacks. "When we're through with them, they will have flies walking across their eyeballs." Fateful misjudgments by 5 presidents had laid the groundwork not simply for the September 11 attacks but for the emergence of the worldwide terror network from which they sprung. Jimmy Carter launched the covert CIA project in Afghanistan. During the 1980s, Ronald Reagan spent billions of dollars to arm and train anti-Western zealots who were fighting the Soviets there. George H.W. Bush further inflamed Muslim radicals by establishing permanent American military bases in Saudi Arabia, home to the holiest sites in Islam. Bill Clinton failed to grasp the scope of the threat his predecessors bequeathed to him, and during his presidency, guerrillas who had been trained and armed by the United States a decade earlier completed their transformation into terrorists. George W. Bush ignored repeated warnings that devastating attacks were imminent, including a memorandum from his intelligence advisors, just 5 weeks before September 11, entitled "Bin Laden Determined to Strike in U.S." He turned out to be the one fated to confront the result of his own blindness and that of his predecessors. Bush had come into office with less knowledge of the outside world, and less interest in it, than any other modern American president. He had traveled little outside the United States and had not read widely or thought seriously about world history. During his presidential campaign, a reporter asked him his view of the Taliban, and he answered with a blank stare. "Because of the repression of women," the interviewer hinted. "In Afghanistan." "Oh, I thought you said some band," Bush replied. "The Taliban in Afghanistan. Absolutely repressive." On Saturday morning, September 15, 2001, Bush and his principal advisors assembled for a full-day meeting at the Camp David presidential retreat in Maryland. During their morning session, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld and his deputy Paul Wolfowitz argued that attacking Afghanistan would be too weak a response to the terror attacks and that the United States should turn its focus to Iraq. Others disagreed. During the lunch break, according to Washington Post reporter Bob Woodward, Bush sent a message to the group that he had heard enough debate about Iraq. He wanted to concentrate on Afghanistan first. Exactly how the Americans would fight in Afghanistan, and to what end, was still unclear. At first, Bush demanded only that the Taliban oust its leader, Mullah Omar, and cut its ties to al-Qaeda. This was the option that the President of Pakistan, General Pervez Musharraf, was eagerly pushing. Pakistan had created and nurtured the Taliban and did not want to lose it. Musharraf urged its leaders to turn bin Laden over to the Americans, or at least expel him from Afghanistan. When they refused, he withdrew Pakistani support for the Taliban and gave the United States permission to launch bombing raids on Afghanistan from Pakistani air bases. "Policies are made in accordance with environments," he said when asked about his about-face. "The environment changed, our policy changed." By mid-September, Bush had decided to use American military power to overthrow the Taliban regime. He was not willing, however, to send large numbers of troops. Instead, he approved a dual strategy. The United States would conduct an air war, and hire the Northern Alliance to fight on the ground. Afghan warlords are notorious for their readiness to switch sides, and it is often said that although they cannot be bought, they can be rented. The CIA now wished to rent the Northern Alliance. A 10-man team of CIA officers carrying $3 million in cash for its commanders set off from Washington on September 20. Before the team left, Cofer Black called its leader to his office and told him that besides delivering the cash he had another assignment. "Get bin Laden," Black said. "Find him. I want his head in a box." "You're serious?" the agent asked incredulously. "Absolutely," Black replied. "I want to take it down and show the president." The CIA officers landed safely at a Northern Alliance landing strip north of Kabul and were brought to a guest house in a nearby village. At their first meeting with guerrilla commanders, they stacked $500,000 on a table. The commanders were impressed, and asked if there was more, where that came from. There was much more. Over the next 2 months, the CIA delivered $10 million to Northern Alliance commanders and another $60 million to an assortment of other warlords. It took 3 weeks for the Americans to launch their air war. Military planners struggled to find targets they could hit in a country that had been blasted to ruin by years of war. They were also hesitant to send bombers over Afghanistan until they had teams in place that could rescue downed crew members. Finally, on Sunday afternoon, October 7, Bush sat down behind a desk in the White House Treaty Room, faced a television camera, and told Americans that Operation Enduring Freedom was underway. On my orders, the United States military has begun strikes against al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. These carefully targeted actions are designed to disrupt the use of Afghanistan as a terrorist base of operations, and to attack the military capability of the Taliban regime. More than 2 weeks ago, I gave Taliban leaders a series of clear and specific demands: close terrorist training camps, hand over leaders of the al-Qaeda network, and return all foreign nationals, including American citizens, unjustly detained in your country. None of these demands were met. And now the Taliban will pay a price. This war, and the terror attacks that set it off, would almost certainly never have occurred if the United States had not armed and trained tens of thousands of Islamic radicals during the 1980s, and then failed to act when those radicals began transforming themselves into terrorists. Bush, however, was not interested in such subtleties. "I don't do nuance," he once famously declared, and over the next few weeks, he presented the war to Americans in messianic terms, much like those his predecessors had used in explaining interventions in countries from the Philippines to Panama. He said the United States was locked in a momentous struggle between good and evil, that it was fighting to promote God-given values and defend freedom and all that is good and just in the world. America's enemies, he declared on various occasions, hate us for our freedoms, hate us because we love liberty, and hate us because we're good. Air strikes on Afghanistan began as Bush was making his televised speech. The first round wiped out the Taliban's rudimentary air defenses and destroyed its primitive military bases, but had little effect beyond that. Many of the compounds that were bombed had been abandoned days or weeks earlier. Meanwhile, the Northern Alliance and other militias whose services the Americans thought they had purchased were proving reluctant to fight. At one National Security Council meeting, Deputy Secretary of State Richard Armitage listened to the same questions he had been hearing for days. What do we bomb? What comes after the bombing? Is this a CIA or a Pentagon mission? And finally reacted in disgust. "I think what I'm hearing is FUBAR," he told his comrades. Most had been around the military long enough to recognize that acronym. It means fucked up beyond all recognition. From his base in Peshawar, Abdul Haq watched the military campaign with dismay. He feared that by using the warlords as their proxies, the Americans were giving them too much power and ensuring that they would continue to dominate Afghanistan after this round of fighting ended. Eager to lay the foundation for a civilian regime, he crossed back into his homeland. As Taliban fighters closed in on Haq's little band, his American friends tried frantically to save him. The CIA might have sent a helicopter to pluck him out, or dispatched Predator drones, which fly without pilots, to attack the approaching Taliban squad. It did neither. By mid-morning Haq was in the hands of Taliban fighters. They put him in a jeep and begun driving him to Kabul. Before they had gone far, they saw a black Land Cruiser speeding toward them, flashing its lights in a signal for them to stop. Inside was the Taliban Interior Minister, Mullah Abdul Razak. "No, he can't go to Kabul," Razak told the fighters when he heard their plan. "We have to terminate this man. He must be executed." Razak ordered the jeep to follow his Land Cruiser. The small caravan veered off the main road and stopped at a rocky field. Haq was ordered out. "This is the will of God, and I accept it," Haq said. "I came here to rebuild Afghanistan, not to destroy it." Those were Haq's last words. As he finished pronouncing them, one of the Taliban fighters walked up behind him and shot him in the back of the head. After he fell, others emptied their rifles into his body. The man who might have been Afghanistan's greatest hope for peace died at the age of 43. Taliban leaders had reason to be hopeful. They had managed to withstand the first wave of American bombing, and two of their most potentially dangerous enemies, Massoud and Haq, were dead. News commentators in the United States were grumbling that Bush had produced a flawed plan of half measures that could lead the country into another stalemate on the other side of the world. Pressure grew on the president to send ground troops. Secretary of State Powell counseled against it. "I'd rule out the United States going after Afghans, who have been there for 5,000 years, he told the other war planners. By late October, Bush's strategy began paying off. Bribes from the CIA enticed some warlords who supported the Taliban to change sides, and motivated others to attack Taliban positions. Abdul Rashid Dostum's forces, accompanied by American advisors, took the key northern city of Mazar-i-Sharif. Soon afterward, Ismail Khan regained control of Herat after arranging for the defection of 6,000 Taliban troops. These weeks of preparation and war gave bin Laden plenty of time to escape into the network of caves and tunnels, much of it fortified with CIA money during the 1980s, that lay beneath the rugged border region known as Tora Bora. The Americans, unwilling to risk taking casualties, did not chase him. Instead, they asked their Afghan partners to track him down. Few of the Afghans, however, wanted their families to bear the eternal stain of having betrayed such a personage to infidels. They gave the hunt only minimal effort, and never caught their man. The fight against the Taliban, in which the warlords had a direct stake, went more successfully than the hunt for bin Laden. On November 13, Taliban commanders decided they could no longer defend Kabul and led their men out to refuges elsewhere. Guerrillas from the Northern Alliance streamed in to replace them. They were received ecstatically. People dragged out hidden phonographs and played music for the first time in years. Women ran joyously through the streets without burqas. In most wars, the capture of the enemy's capital city is considered decisive. Mullah Omar, however, had never moved to Kabul, preferring to stay in Kandahar, the main town in his native region. On December 7, Kandahar fell to a loose coalition of Pashtun militias. That date, 87 days after the terror attacks on the United States, marked the American victory. Whether it was really a victory, however, is debatable. Americans deposed the regime that had given Al-Qaeda its protected base, but by refusing to send more than a few hundred troops to fight in Afghanistan, they allowed terrorist leaders to escape punishment for the crimes of September 11. Then, very quickly, they turned their attention to Iraq. 13. Thunder Run. Some of history's greatest conquerors have paused near Baghdad before assaulting it. None ever assembled as overwhelming a force as the United States Army massed around the ancient city in the spring of 2003. Its commanders had a simple plan. They would encircle Baghdad with tanks to prevent defenders from fleeing, and then send troops in to capture palaces, military bases, and other keystones of Saddam Hussein's dictatorship. Sitting at his post 11 miles south of the city, Colonel David Perkins, the commander of a mechanized infantry brigade, was eager to avoid what might become a dangerous urban warfare campaign. On April 6 he offered his fellow commanders an alternative. He proposed to smash his way to the center of Baghdad in an audacious thunder run, using only his own men, a total of fewer than 1,000. They would take the city of 5 million, he promised, in a single day. A thunder run is normally a quick, daring, and disruptive thrust into and out of enemy territory. Colonel Perkins's men had staged one just the day before, pushing their column of tanks and armored personnel carriers to the Baghdad airport through a gauntlet of fire, killing several hundred defenders, and then withdrawing to safety before nightfall. Hours after that raid, the Iraqi information minister, Mohammed Said al-Sahaf, gave a bombastic press conference denying that any Americans had made it to the airport. Perkins took that as an affront and a challenge. He persuaded his superiors to send him on a thunder run far bolder than his last one. This time he would storm into the city center and try to stay there. If the conditions right, I can stay the night, he argued. If I can stay the night, I can stay forever. If I'm in the city and I stay there, the war's over. Perkins and his officers decided that their objective should be no less a prize than the walled palace complex from which Saddam Hussein ruled Iraq. The complex was a tree-shaded enclave, strictly off-limits to the public, built on 2 square miles of land at a bend in the Tigris River. 4 busts of Saddam Hussein, each of them 13 feet high, decorated its most imposing edifice, the Republican Palace. Other buildings housed members of Saddam's military and political elite. Just outside the walls lay other tantalizing targets, among them the Army's ceremonial parade ground, the Information Ministry, and the headquarters of the ruling Ba'ath Party. The only route from Perkins's headquarters to the center of Baghdad was Highway 8, the same road his men had charged through on their first Thunder Run. He knew that it was lined with tenacious defenders who would meet his column with hails of rifle and grenade fire. The defenders, however, had shown themselves to be disorganized, unfamiliar with even basic combat tactics, and armed with weapons hardly potent enough to threaten the tanks, armored personnel carriers, and Bradley fighting vehicles that Perkins planned to send against them. To hold a position in the city center, Perkins would have to take control of this highway. The largest clusters of defenders had dug in around 3 major interchanges. Perkins understood that capturing these 3 interchanges was the key to his Thunder Run. He and his staff officers circled them on maps and gave each a name. They might have called them 1, 2, and 3, or red, yellow, and blue. Instead they chose a trio of names that any American could love: Curly, Larry, and Moe. The officers who gathered at Perkins's makeshift headquarters on the eve of this daring thrust had been told repeatedly that thousands of infantrymen from the 82nd Airborne and the 101st Airborne Divisions would take Baghdad, and that their own role would be simply to support this assault. Perkins told them something very different. Rather than supporting the strike force, they would be the strike force. "We have set the conditions to create the collapse of the Iraqi regime," Perkins told his officers. "They said it would take 5 divisions to win this war, but there's no question now that we can really do it ourselves tomorrow." Perkins, a 44-year-old West Point graduate from Keene, New Hampshire, devised a plan under which 2 columns of tanks would race into Baghdad, firing as they charged but not stopping to engage the enemy. A mechanized infantry brigade would follow, dropping combat teams at each of the 3 intersections. As soon as Curly, Larry, and Moe were in American hands, trucks carrying fuel and ammunition would speed into the city with supplies for the men encamped at Saddam's palace complex. "Holy shit, we're going straight into fucking Baghdad." Captain Philip Wolford, the officer assigned to seize the complex, thought as Perkins gave him his orders. "Are you crazy? What are you thinking?" Late that night, Wolford called his unit commanders to an outdoor meeting. He unfolded a map of Baghdad on the hood of his Humvee and, by the light of several flashlights, explained their mission. If he felt any doubts, he did not betray them. Instead he gave a classic eve of battle speech. "We are going to the heart of Saddam's regime and we are going to take it and keep it," he began. "If they fire 1 round at us, we fire 1,000 back. If they shoot one of us, we kill them all. And we make them regret the day they join the Iraqi army. Talk to your soldiers. Let them know what we expect of them. Tomorrow we fight." A hazy dawn was breaking as the American column snaked out of its improvised base. It comprised 970 soldiers riding in 60 tanks, 28 Bradleys, and a handful of armored personnel carriers. As it moved, artillery units fired on the obstacles ahead, timing their barrages to hit 10 minutes before the convoy arrived. When tank commanders heard explosions at Objective Curly, the first interchange they would have to take, they knew that many defenders had just been killed. The defending force, a mix of foreign militants and Iraqis with personal loyalty to Saddam Hussein, fought with a courage bordering on fanaticism. They had no helmets, no flak jackets, and almost no weapons more powerful than rifles and grenade launchers. Their combat engineering skills were so rudimentary that they did not seem even to know how to measure trajectories for their few mortars and artillery pieces. They were facing an enemy that counted on awe-inspiring technology and firepower. Nothing within their power could have stopped its advance. By mid-morning, just as he had hoped, Colonel Perkins was in downtown Baghdad. His men had destroyed dozens of vehicles, some of them packed with explosives and driven by suicide bombers, and killed hundreds of defenders. Inside the palace complex, he gave a live interview to an American television crew that he hoped would prove he was indeed in the city center. Two of his officers, both graduates of the University of Georgia, triumphantly raised a Georgia Bulldogs flag and shouted, "How about them dogs," at each other. Their jubilation was quickly dampened. First came a report that their headquarters, 11 miles to the south, had come under fire and that an incoming missile had set off a fireball in which several soldiers and 2 European journalists were killed. Then Perkins heard in turn from his commanders at Curly, Larry, and Mo. Each was pinned down by waves of attackers and all pleaded for reinforcements and artillery support. As Perkins was weighing this news, trying to decide whether it meant he should retreat from the city instead of trying to stay, he heard his least favorite Iraqi, Information Minister al-Sahaf, on the radio. "The infidels are committing suicide by the hundreds on the gates of Baghdad," al-Sahaf proclaimed. That was all Perkins needed to hear. "We're staying," he told his officers. By mid-afternoon, although combat at the 3 interchanges was still intense, the highway was judged safe enough for transit and the supply convoy set out. It was under fire for much of the way, and lost 5 trucks to a deadly ambush at Objective Curly. By nightfall, though, Perkins's men were unloading their precious fuel and ammunition. They did not yet control Baghdad, but they held a strong position there and a secure route in and out. This thunder run cost the lives of 5 American soldiers. It was a brilliantly conceived operation, planned by highly trained tacticians and executed by brave, well-disciplined soldiers using equipment more sophisticated than their enemy could even imagine. Like the entire war plan, however, it was purely military. Neither Perkins nor any other American officer in Iraq or in Washington had thought much about what the United States would do with this country after conquering it. The soldiers believed, in the words of David Zucchino, a Los Angeles Times reporter traveling with them, that taking Baghdad would be their ticket home. Once Baghdad fell, the war would be over. Their job would be done. There had been virtually no talk of post-war reconstruction and nation building. The division had been given no guidance for the post-combat phase, no orders for what to do with Baghdad once it was in American hands. The men who staged this thunder run were hardly the only ones who thought that taking Baghdad and overthrowing Saddam meant the end of the Iraq War. Barely a week after its success, the top commander of Operation Iraqi Freedom, General Tommy Franks, stepped jubilantly from AC-130 at Baghdad airport and pumped his fist over his head in triumph. In his first meeting with senior officers, he ordered them to start preparing to leave Iraq. He told them that the first units would be pulled out within 60 days and that by September the 140,000 American troops in the country would be reduced to just 30,000. As the meeting was about to end, General Franks told his officers that he had a surprise for them. An aide flicked on a television monitor, and after a few moments President Bush appeared on the screen. He congratulated the men on their victory, and when he was finished, they lit cigars and posed for a round of victory photos. None realized that this war was just beginning. The story of the Iraq War is, and probably will forever be, enveloped in a single one-word question: why? President Bush and the handful of advisors with whom he conceived and launched this war explained their motives in a contradictory series of statements that changed as the war proceeded. Each had a particular set of motives, some declared and others left unsaid. The fact that there is so much debate and uncertainty about these motives makes the Iraq War unique in American history. It is the only conflict Americans ever fought without truly knowing why. Iraq was at the top of the White House agenda from the moment Bush took office in January 2001. At a National Security Council meeting 10 days after he was inaugurated, he, Vice President Dick Cheney, and other senior officials were fascinated when CIA Director George Tenet showed them a large aerial surveillance photo of a building in Iraq that he said could be a plant that produces either chemical or biological materials for weapons manufacture. 2 days later, at another meeting, Secretary of State Colin Powell was presenting a plan for targeted sanctions against Iraq when his principal bureaucratic rival, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, interrupted him. "Sanctions are fine," Rumsfeld said, "but what we really want to think about is going after Saddam. Imagine what the region would look like without Saddam and with a regime that's aligned with U.S. interests." These were the first skirmishes of the Iraq War. They made clear that key members of the new administration arrived in Washington already determined to wage it. From their first days in office, they cast eagerly about for a justification. There was never any rigorous talk about this sweeping idea, Secretary of the Treasury Paul O'Neill recalled afterward. "From the start, we were building the case against and looking at how we could take him out and change Iraq into a new country. And if we did that, it would solve everything. It was all about finding a way to do it. That was the tone of it. The president was saying, 'Tyne. Go find me a way to do this.'" The administration's focus on Iraq was so intense that it crowded out even the most pressing foreign policy challenges facing the new administration. Just days after President Bush was inaugurated, his chief counterterrorism specialist, Richard Clarke, wrote an urgent memo to National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice, asking for a chance to brief cabinet secretaries and other senior officials on threats posed by the al-Qaeda terror network. It took 3 months for Rice to schedule the briefing, and she invited second-tier officials rather than members of the cabinet. Clarke told them it was imperative that they make al-Qaeda a top priority, because it and it alone poses an immediate and serious threat to the United States. "Well, there are others that do as well, at least as much," Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz replied. "Iraqi terrorism, for example." That surprised Clarke. He told Wolfowitz that Iraq was not known to have sponsored even a single act of terrorism directed at Americans, and when he asked the deputy CIA director, John McLaughlin, to back him up, McLaughlin did. "We have no evidence of any active Iraqi terrorist threat against the U.S., McLaughlin said. "You give bin Laden too much credit," Wolfowitz insisted. "He could not do all those things like the 1993 attack on New York, not without a state sponsor. Just because the FBI and the CIA have failed to find the linkages doesn't mean they don't exist. The roots of this obsession are to be found in the 1980s, when Iraq was engaged in a horrific 8-year war with Iran. Bitterly anti-American militants had recently seized power in Iran, and President Reagan was eager to ensure that they did not win this war. That meant helping Saddam, which Reagan did in several ways. He sent Donald Rumsfeld, his special Middle East envoy, to meet Saddam and ask him what the United States could do to help his cause. Soon afterward, American intelligence agencies began sending Saddam reports about Iranian troop movements that allowed him to fend off what might have been abject defeat. Over the next 7 years, the United States sold Saddam $200 million worth of weaponry, as well as a fleet of helicopters that were supposedly for civilian use but were immediately turned over to the Iraqi army. Washington also gave him $5 billion in agricultural credits and a $684 million loan to build an oil pipeline to Jordan, a project he awarded to the California-based Bechtel Corporation. Trust between the United States and Iraq faded when Saddam began receiving weaponry from the Soviet Union, but as late as July 25, 1990, after George H.W. Bush had succeeded Reagan in the presidency, relations between the two countries were good. On that date, Saddam summoned the American ambassador in Baghdad, April Glaspie, for what he called comprehensive political discussions. "I have a direct instruction from the president to seek better relations with Iraq," Glaspie told him. Saddam launched into a monologue that gradually turned to his border dispute with neighboring Kuwait, which Iraq had for decades claimed as part of its own territory. He listed a series of supposed outrages that Kuwait had committed against Iraq, ranging from territorial encroachments to the odd charge that Kuwait is harming even the milk our children drink. "Our patience is running out," he told Ambassador Gillespie. "If we are unable to find a solution, then it will be natural that Iraq will not accept death." This was a broad hint, not difficult to decipher, that Saddam was planning to attack Kuwait. The Americans had not objected when he attacked Iran nearly a decade before, and he wanted to be sure they would not object this time either. Gillespie told him what he wanted to hear. "We have no opinion on the Arab-Arab conflicts, like your border disagreement with Kuwait," she told Saddam. 8 days later, Saddam sent his army into Kuwait, easily subdued it, and announced that it had become Iraq's 19th province. To his great surprise, President Bush reacted with outrage. Kuwait was a key supplier of oil to the United States, and Bush vowed that the Iraqi occupation would not stand. He spent the next 5 months painstakingly assembling a coalition of 34 nations that shared his determination. On January 16, 1991, the American-led coalition launched a bombing campaign against Iraq and Iraqi positions in Kuwait. It followed with a land invasion, not only chasing the Iraqi army out of Kuwait but pursuing it most of the way back to Baghdad. Some urged Bush to press on to the capital itself and depose Saddam, but he prudently declined. By invading Kuwait, evidently under the mistaken impression that the United States would approve, Saddam turned himself into a pariah in the eyes of Washington. Over the next decade, he and the Americans engaged in a running feud. Although crippled by economic sanctions and left with a devastated army, Saddam ordered his soldiers to take potshots at American spy planes whenever they could. None was ever hit, but the Americans replied by bombing every Iraqi missile site they could find. In 1993, after the publication of reports that Saddam had tried to arrange the assassination of former President Bush, American bombers attacked Baghdad itself. They did so again 5 years later, after Saddam evicted United Nations weapons inspectors. Saddam survived all of these assaults. Some powerful Americans, especially several who had held important posts in past Republican administrations, found his resilience unbearable. They harbored a deep sense that Saddam had gotten the better of them, and developed a passionate determination to crush him. When Bush's son assumed the presidency at the beginning of 2001, several of these men found themselves back in power. Among them were Cheney, who had been the father's Secretary of Defense and was the son's vice president, Wolfowitz, who had been a senior Defense Department official under the father and became the department's second-ranking figure in the son's administration, and Rumsfeld, who had been President Gerald Ford's defense secretary in the 1970s and took that post for a second time in 2001. They returned to office determined to complete what they saw as unfinished business in Iraq. The new president himself carried the sense of grievance, and this determination, into the White House. He called Saddam the guy that wanted to kill my dad, and when the idea of invading Iraq was first urged on him after the terror attacks of September 11, 2001, he could not fail to recognize it as a way to have his revenge, complete the job his father had begun, and redeem his family's honor. Richard Clarke, however, found the idea almost criminally irresponsible. Having been attacked by Al-Qaeda, he told Secretary of State Powell, "For us now to go bombing Iraq in response would be like our invading Mexico after the Japanese attacked at Pearl Harbor." A few days after the September 11 attacks, Bush was standing by himself in the White House Situation Room when Clarke and a couple of his aides walked by. Clarke later recalled that the president summoned them, closed the door, and gave them an extraordinary order. "I know you have a lot to do and all," Bush said, "but I want you, as soon as you can, to go back over everything, everything. See if Saddam did this. See if he's linked in any way." "But, Mr. President," Clarke replied, astonished, "Al-Qaeda did this." I know, but see if Saddam was involved," Bush insisted. "Just look. I want to know any shred." "Absolutely, we will look again. But you know, we have looked several times at state sponsorship of Al-Qaeda and have not found any linkages to Iraq." "Look into Iraq," Bush ordered him once more. Saddam. Over the months that followed, Bush and his aides pursued a policy that reflected their obsession. Instead of using their great power to crush a terror group responsible for devastating attacks on the United States, they turned it against a dictator who, though odious and brutal, had never attacked Americans or threatened to do so. "We won't do Iraq now," Bush told Condoleezza Rice 4 days after the September 11 attacks, "but eventually we'll have to return to that question." Bush would later justify his focus on Iraq by asserting that Saddam was building chemical, biological, and nuclear weapons that would soon pose a mortal threat to the world. Sometimes his claims came out as a jumble of the scariest words he could find, as when he asserted that Saddam might soon launch an attack using horrible poisons and diseases and gases and atomic weapons. He was more articulate when composed, as during an interview he gave to a British television network in mid-2002. "The worst thing that could happen," Bush said, "would be to allow a nation like Iraq, run by Saddam Hussein, to develop weapons of mass destruction, and then team up with terrorist organizations so they can blackmail the world." No one could disagree with that. For the world to stand idly by while a brutal dictator built weapons of mass destruction and passed them on to terrorists would be not just irresponsible but suicidal. Any nation that launched a preemptive war against such a dictator would be acting in urgent self-defense. Saddam, however, was no such dictator. His military was a pitiful shell, devastated by 8 years of war with Iran and more than a decade of economic sanctions, and armed mainly with weapons old enough to be museum pieces. He was also a secular nationalist who had spent his life repressing, and in many cases slaughtering, fundamentalists who sympathized with groups like Al-Qaeda. Aging and contained, he posed no imminent threat to anyone other than his own people. No one close to President Bush ever presented the case for avoiding war in Iraq. Rice had mastered the art of telling him what he wanted to hear. Powell told Pentagon officials that he considered the Iraq project to be lunacy, but he was much more circumspect when speaking with Bush, saying only that an invasion would not be as easy as it is being presented. It fell to a private citizen, retired General Brent Scowcroft, who had been National Security Advisor to Bush's father, to issue an anguished warning. It appeared in the Wall Street Journal under the headline "Don't Attack Saddam." There is scant evidence to tie Saddam to terrorist organizations, and even less to the September 11 attacks. Indeed, Saddam's goals have little in common with the terrorists who threaten us, and there is little incentive for him to make common cause with them. He is unlikely to risk his investment in weapons of mass destruction, much less his country, by handing such weapons to terrorists who would use them for their own purposes and leave Baghdad as the return address. The central point is that any campaign against Iraq, whatever the strategy, cost, and risks, is certain to divert us for some indefinite period from our war on terrorism. Worse, there is a virtual consensus in the world against an attack on Iraq at this time. Ignoring that clear sentiment would result in a serious degradation in international cooperation with us against terrorism. And make no mistake, we simply cannot win that war without enthusiastic international cooperation, especially on intelligence. Subsequent events proved Scowcroft right. As he predicted, the war against Saddam turned out to be a priceless gift to Islamic radicals like bin Laden. Why did the Bush administration push ahead with this project despite being warned that it would undermine the security of the United States? Bush and his senior advisors may truly have believed that Iraq possessed or was building weapons of mass destruction, but they were able to reach that conclusion only by shaping a highly politicized process in which, as the chief of the British Secret Service reported after visiting Washington in the summer of 2002, the intelligence and facts were being fixed around the policy. Wolfowitz later conceded that the administration decided to push this argument because it was the one reason everyone could agree on. There were a host of other reasons. Each member of the war party had one or two or three of his or her own. Together they pushed the United States to war. Despite Rumsfeld's insistence that the Iraq War had nothing to do with oil, literally nothing to do with oil, great powers have often intervened in the Middle East when oil supplies are threatened. The United States consumes oil more voraciously than any other country on earth, and President Bush, who came of age among oil barons in Houston and for a time was in the oil business himself, believed fervently that American security depended on free access to Middle East oil. So did Vice President Cheney, who, like Bush, had once been in the oil business. With Iran in hostile hands and the governments of other Persian Gulf states becoming less stable, control of Iraq's vast reserves, which comprise 10% of the world's supply, would guarantee the United States a steady flow of oil. Giant American corporations stood to make huge profits from this war and its aftermath. Among the greatest beneficiaries was Halliburton, the oil and infrastructure company that Cheney formerly headed, which was awarded billions of dollars in no-bid contracts for projects ranging from rebuilding Iraq's oil refineries to constructing jails for war prisoners. Two other behemoths tied closely to the Republican Party, Bechtel and the Carlyle Group, also profited handsomely. So did American companies that make missiles, combat jets, and other weapons of war, especially the three biggest, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and McDonnell Douglas, which among them were awarded $41 billion in Pentagon contracts in 2002 alone. These companies were major contributors to Bush's presidential campaigns, and he named their senior officers to key positions in the Pentagon and elsewhere. In these men's minds, corporate interest and national interest meshed perfectly. Officials in the Pentagon saw Iraq as a proving ground for their theories about how the United States could win future wars. The most eager among them was Donald Rumsfeld. He detested the so-called Powell Doctrine, named for General Powell, which holds that the United States should never go to war without a force large enough to overwhelm any enemy and deal with any problems that might emerge after victory. His contrary theory was that Americans could win wars with fewer soldiers and more technology. That was why he insisted on sending a relatively small force to Iraq, and publicly reprimanded the Army Chief of Staff, General Eric Shinseki, for warning that a much larger one would be needed to stabilize Iraq after Saddam was vanquished. During the entire modern era, the United States has been able to use the territory of a large Middle Eastern country to project power through the region. For a quarter of a century that was Iran, but Iran was lost to the West after the Islamic Revolution of 1979. The United States then chose Saudi Arabia as its regional proxy, but by the end of the 20th century, many in Washington were worried about Saudi Arabia's long-term stability. They thought a pro-American Iraq would be an ideal replacement. Protecting the Saudi royal family was another benefit some saw in the Iraq invasion. Radicals in Saudi Arabia and elsewhere, most notably Osama bin Laden, were outraged by the presence of American troops in the kingdom. These troops had used Saudi Arabia as a base during the 1991 Gulf War and never left, leaving many Muslims outraged that an infidel army was profaning the land where Islam was born. Wolfowitz realized that their presence was a source of enormous difficulty for a friendly government but believed they could not be safely removed until the United States achieved a foothold somewhere else in the Middle East. He described this as an almost unnoticed but huge reason for the United States to depose Saddam and replace him with a pro-American regime. Many key figures in the Bush administration were vigorous supporters of Israel, and especially of Ariel Sharon and other Israeli hardliners. Stability in the Middle East, they argued, could be achieved only by crushing Israel's enemies. They saw Saddam as among the most dangerous of these enemies and were eager to promote any plan that would result in his overthrow. Bush and his aides also saw the Iraq War as a way for the United States to show the world how strong it had become. A swift, overwhelming victory in Iraq, they believed, would serve as a powerful warning to any real or potential foe. The final important argument for the war, which became the major one when American inspectors discovered afterward that Saddam had no weapons of mass destruction, was what Bush called his deep desire to spread liberty around the world. Although he knew little about world history and even less about Islamic and Middle Eastern cultures, or perhaps because of that he convinced himself of an extraordinary series of propositions. He declared repeatedly that the Western form of democracy, based on individual choice as expressed through political parties and elections, was ideal for every one of the world's societies, that the United States had a duty to spread the system, and that it could be imposed in Iraq after an American invasion. From there, he dared to hope, it would spread throughout the Middle East and transform it into a region of peace and prosperity. All of these motives combined to lead the Bush administration to war in Iraq. Beneath them lay an intense desire for vindication, for final victory over an adversary who had taunted the United States and the Bush family for more than a decade. So the question of why the United States embarked on this war has many answers, but also no answer at all. When it was posed to Richard Haass, who headed the State Department's policy planning staff during the run-up to the war and was in as good a position as anyone to know the truth, he replied with refreshing candor. "I will go to my grave not knowing that," Haass said. "I can't answer it. I can't explain the strategic obsession with Iraq, why it rose to the top of people's priority list. I just can't explain why so many people thought this was so important to do." The public drumbeat for war intensified steadily during 2002. On January 29, in his State of the Union address, President Bush named Iraq, along with Iran and North Korea, as part of an axis of evil that posed a grave and growing danger to the United States and the rest of the world. He called the Iraqi regime one of the most dangerous on earth, and asserted that it was developing, or actively seeking to develop, nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons. "I will not stand by as peril draws closer," he vowed. 6 months later he told graduates of the United States Military Academy at West Point that their country was engaged in a conflict between good and evil and warned, "If we wait for threats to fully materialize, we will have waited too long." Bush's determination to depose Saddam deeply alarmed many people in the United States and beyond. A group of world leaders, doubting his dramatic charges about Iraq's arsenal, proposed an alternative approach. They suggested that the United Nations Security Council pass a resolution demanding that Saddam readmit the weapons inspectors who had been in Iraq from 1991 to 1998. If he accepted this demand, they reasoned, the inspectors would be able to determine what weapons Iraq did and did not have. This suggestion threatened to undermine the war plan, and Cheney rejected it. A return of inspectors would provide no assurance whatsoever of compliance with UN resolutions, he told the veterans of foreign wars in August. On the contrary, there is a great danger that it would provide false comfort that Saddam was somehow back in the box. Simply stated, there is no doubt that Saddam Hussein now has weapons of mass destruction. At a meeting of the National Security Council a week later, General Tommy Franks presented his war plan. After he finished, he turned to Bush and told him something neither he nor almost anyone else in the room wanted to hear. "Mr. President," he said, "we've been looking for Scud missiles and other weapons of mass destruction for 10 years and haven't found any yet." Bush passed over this warning as if he had not heard it. A few days later, he told members of Congress at a White House meeting that he considered Saddam a more threatening enemy than Al-Qaeda. "The war on terror is going okay," he said. "We are hunting down Al-Qaeda one by one. The biggest threat, however, is Saddam Hussein and his weapons of mass destruction." Half a century earlier, John Foster Dulles admitted he had no hard evidence that the Guatemalan government was being manipulated by the Kremlin, but said he was determined to overthrow it anyway because of our deep conviction that such a tie must exist. Bush was acting on the same principle. He liked to call himself a gut player, and prided himself on the acuity of his instinct. Instinct told him that, as he put it at the end of September, the Iraqi regime possesses biological and chemical weapons. Never did he entertain any contrary evidence. I doubt that anyone ever had the chance to make the case to him that attacking Iraq would actually make America less secure and strengthen the broader radical Islamic terrorist movement, Richard Clarke wrote after leaving the administration. Certainly he did not hear that from the small circle of advisors who alone are the people whose views he respects and trusts. In the autumn of 2002, the United States Senate and House of Representatives voted by large margins to authorize President Bush to use force in Iraq if he deemed it necessary. Soon afterward, the United Nations Security Council unanimously approved a resolution requiring Saddam to readmit weapons inspectors and allow them free access to any site they wished to visit. To the dismay of some in Washington, he quickly agreed, insisting that Iraq was a country devoid of weapons of mass destruction. On November 25, inspection teams arrived in Baghdad to resume their work. Over the months that followed, the chief UN weapons inspector, Hans Blix, and the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Mohammed El-Baradei, released a series of relatively positive reports. They said that although Saddam was not cooperating fully, their teams were working more freely than ever before. Then, on December 7, Iraq submitted a massive report, more than 11,000 pages long, purporting to prove that it had no outlawed weapons. "The declaration is nothing, it's empty, it's a joke," Bush told one of his few foreign allies in this war, Prime Minister José María Aznar of Spain, who visited the White House a few days later. "At some point, we will conclude that enough is enough and take him out." Most of Bush's advisors, recognizing that he had made up his mind to depose Saddam, embraced the idea and urged him on. CIA Director George Tenet was among the most enthusiastic. His analysts had found clues suggesting that Saddam might be concealing forbidden weapons, but no hard proof. When Bush asked him on December 19 how confident he was that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, he abandoned the analytical coolness that distinguishes great spymasters and told the president what he clearly wanted to hear. "It's a slam-dunk case," Tenet assured him. "Don't worry. It's a slam dunk." After hearing this, Bush decided it was time for Secretary of State Powell to address the Security Council, present the evidence against Saddam, and demand a resolution endorsing military action against him. Powell made the speech on February 5, 2003, with Tenet sitting behind him. He told the delegates that he could not reveal everything that we know, but laid out a chilling case that Saddam had horrific weapons and was likely to use them at a time and a place and in a manner of his choosing. To strengthen his case, he played tapes of intercepted telephone conversations that sounded vaguely incriminating, showed aerial photographs of suspected weapons factories, and even held up a vial of white powder to illustrate the prospect that Saddam might use anthrax spores in some future attack. Powell and others in Washington considered the speech to have been a great success, but it did not move the world. President Jacques Chirac of France called Bush soon afterward to tell him that France would vote against his resolution because war is not inevitable and there were alternative ways to deal with Saddam. The presidents of two other countries with seats on the Security Council, Vicente Fox of Mexico and Ricardo Lagos of Chile, also told him they would vote against it. For weeks Bush had been insisting that the Security Council vote on his war resolution. When it became clear that the measure could not pass, however, he changed his mind. He would have preferred to depose Saddam with the approval of the United Nations, but had long since made up his mind to do it no matter what anyone else said or did. Chirac was mistaken when he told Bush that war was not inevitable. It had been inevitable since Bush made his private decision more than a year before. "All the decades of deceit and cruelty have now reached an end," the president declared in a televised address on Monday evening, March 17. Saddam Hussein and his sons must leave Iraq within 48 hours. Their refusal to do so will result in military conflict, commenced at a time of our choosing. The United States had massed 130,000 soldiers in Kuwait and tens of thousands more nearby. Britain, the only other major power that supported Operation Iraqi Freedom, had 25,000 there, and there were small, symbolic contingents from Poland and Australia. This force was less than half the size of the one the United States had assembled to fight Saddam in the Gulf War a decade before. According to General Franks's plan, the war would begin with a brief but intense bombing campaign aimed at killing as many Iraqi soldiers as possible, to be followed by an overland invasion. Americans would charge northward along two routes toward Baghdad, nearly 300 miles away, while the British would veer to the east and take the port city of Basra. Other American units were to have invaded from Turkey in the north, but the Turkish parliament, reflecting overwhelming public sentiment, refused to permit this. At midday on March 19, the first American advance teams crossed into Iraq. The main force was to cross 2 days later, but that plan changed suddenly when a CIA agent who had been inside Iraq for weeks sent urgent and startling news to Langley. He said one of his most trusted Iraqi informants had pinpointed a farm near Baghdad where Saddam and his two widely despised sons would be sleeping that night. As soon as Tenet and Rumsfeld received this report, they sped to the White House and told Bush he had a chance to decapitate the regime with a single stroke. He approved their plan to attack the farm as soon as the convoy carrying Saddam arrived. It pulled in shortly before dawn, just as the informant had predicted, and soon afterward, American bombs and cruise missiles decimated the farmhouse and everything around it. Several hours later came the disappointing news that neither Saddam nor his sons had been killed. They had either not been at the farm or had managed to escape. The only important figure who died in the attack was the Iraqi informant whose tip had triggered it. That evening, after sharing a dinner of chicken pot pie with his wife, Bush appeared on television to tell the world that the American-led invasion of Iraq had begun, 24 hours earlier than originally planned. He said bombs were falling on selected targets of military importance and that these strikes were the opening stages of what will be a broad and concerted campaign. Saddam responded with a broadcast of his own, defying the criminal Junior Bush. "Go, use a sword," he urged his people. "Let Iraq live." Few Iraqis heeded Saddam's plea. Soldiers by the thousands ripped off their uniforms and melted into the countryside as American columns charged northward. There were skirmishes in a few towns, but for most of the American soldiers, the ride toward Baghdad was free of resistance. Some units moved at 40 miles an hour, so fast that the treads on their amphibious troop carriers began to shred. Because there was scattered fighting along the route, and because the invading force took casualties, the drive toward Baghdad cannot truly be described as a cakewalk, the word used in many news dispatches and other accounts. Still, the invading force faced no sustained resistance on the ground, no aerial bombardment, and no chemical or biological attacks. Many soldiers feared they might encounter all of that when they assaulted Baghdad, but because the Thunder Run on April 7 succeeded so spectacularly, no such assault was necessary. That same day Saddam Hussein fled and his regime collapsed. A 39-year-old Iraqi named Kifa, who had been working for the Ministry of Information, wept with joy and clutched the hand of an American reporter as he tried to grasp the fact that the bloody tyrant was gone. "Touch me," he pleaded. "Touch me. Tell me that this is real. Tell me that the nightmare is really over." It was indeed over. General Franks began planning to withdraw American troops, and President Bush reveled in the swiftness and completeness of his triumph. On May 1, 43 days after the war began, he stepped out of a fighter jet onto the deck of the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln, anchored a few miles off the coast of California. Dressed in a pilot's flight suit, he strode across the deck like a proud conqueror. Then, in a speech to hundreds of soldiers and sailors and airmen on board, he declared that major combat operations in Iraq had ended. He said the war had been a noble cause and a great moral advance, and even compared it to the World War II battles at Normandy and Iwo Jima, where thousands died in a cause most of the world embraced. Behind him hung a giant banner that summarized his speech in 2 words: "Mission accomplished." Bush often asserted that this war was about much more than Iraq. So it was, but not only in the way he meant. It grew from the history of 3 places far distant from one another that combined to shape the collective psyche of the Bush administration. The first was Iran. When militant clerics seized power there after the Islamic Revolution of 1979, they shook the world in ways even they could not foresee. Their revolution helped provoke the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, which in turn drew the United States into Afghanistan and created the conditions under which Al-Qaeda grew and thrived. It led American leaders to begin searching for a new ally and proxy in the Muslim Middle East, a search that drew them to Iraq. It also led Saddam to believe he could finally get away with his old dream of seizing territory from Iran and later from Kuwait. He did not succeed, but America's decision to embrace him during his war against Iran was the first phase of a torturous relationship between Washington and Baghdad that culminated in the American invasion of 2003. Vietnam was the second place where Americans had traumatic experiences that led indirectly to the invasion of Iraq. In Vietnam, as in Iran, the United States suffered a deep humiliation from which it never truly recovered. Bush and many of those around him believed that, a quarter century later, Americans were still suffering from the Vietnam Syndrome, which they defined as a reluctance to use military force abroad and a nagging sense that the United States had lost its power to shape world events. They saw Iraq as a place where they could win a quick, overwhelming victory that would erase those doubts forever. The third place whose history strangely influenced the course of events in Iraq was Bush's home state of Texas. The first whites in Texas imposed order at the point of a gun and then, with encouragement from Washington, rebelled against Mexico to establish a regime of their own. All school children in Texas learn about the bravery of these men in the face of overwhelming odds. Even more than most other Americans, Texans absorb a sense that good men with guns can bring order out of chaos. With that conviction, and with the quintessentially American belief that anything can be achieved if one tries hard enough, Bush launched an invasion that seemed successful only for the briefest of moments. Very soon the mission accomplished banner that hung behind him as he swaggered across the deck of the Abraham Lincoln began to look like a cruel joke. 14. Catastrophic success. On the evening of March 19, 2003, shortly before announcing that the United States was about to launch its long-expected invasion of Iraq, President George W. Bush sat behind an antique desk in the White House and practiced reading his speech. It struck all the appropriate notes, including a declaration that the purpose of this invasion was to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger. Some would later point to it as the speech that ripped the United States away from a long tradition of cooperative diplomacy, turning it into an arrogant power that assumed the right to determine which foreign governments could live and which must die. The man who looked down on Bush from a large oil painting on the wall behind him would have understood better than anyone how wrong that was. Bush rehearsed this speech in the treaty room, at the same desk from which he had announced the invasion of Afghanistan 17 months before. It was one of his favorite rooms in the White House, at least in part because of the imposing painting that is the first thing visitors see when they enter. It depicts President William McKinley, the first great American practitioner of regime change, watching as diplomats sign the protocol that turned Cuba into a protectorate and Puerto Rico into a colony. This somber painting, the signing of the Protocol of Peace between the United States and Spain on August 12, 1898, by the French artist Théobald Chartrand, gives the treaty room its name. The Protocol of Peace that was signed that day, however, was not an accord between equal states. It was a document of surrender that the United States forced on Spain after defeating its army in Cuba. More important, it was a declaration that the United States was now able and willing to depose foreign governments. That made it especially appropriate for Bush to use the treaty room as he prepared to launch the invasion of Iraq. He and McKinley, sitting symbolically together, represented the continuity of American policy during the long regime change century. Bush's decision to invade Iraq was no break with history but a faithful reflection of the same forces and beliefs that had motivated McKinley and most of the presidents who would later sit in his shadow beneath Chartrand's historic painting. Both McKinley and Bush rose to the presidency in eras when Americans were feeling surges of patriotism and religious fervor, and when American corporations were eagerly looking abroad for new markets and sources of raw materials. During their campaigns for the White House, each promised to use American military power with extreme care. Once in office, they justified their overthrow of foreign governments by insisting that the United States sought no advantage for itself and was intervening abroad only for humanity's sake, as McKinley put it, or, in Bush's words, to make the world more peaceful and more free. Neither man was troubled by his ignorance of the countries whose governments he overthrew. McKinley admitted that he had only a vague idea of where to find the Philippines on a map. Bush explained his certainty that the invasion of Iraq would go well by saying, "I rely on my instincts." Both were deeply religious men imbued with the conviction that humanity is locked in a constant struggle between good and evil. Both believed that God was guiding them and that therefore they did not need to ponder abstruse questions of culture and identity before ordering the overthrow of foreign regimes. The parallels between McKinley's invasion of the Philippines and Bush's invasion of Iraq were startling. Both presidents sought economic as well as political advantage for the United States. Both were also motivated by a deep belief that the United States has a sacred mission to spread its form of government to faraway countries. Neither doubted that the people who lived in those countries would welcome Americans as liberators. Neither anticipated that he would have to fight a long counterinsurgency war to subdue nationalist rebels. Early in the 21st century, 10 decades after the United States invaded the Philippines and a few years after it invaded Iraq, those two countries were among the most volatile and unstable in all of Asia. The four invasions the United States launched between 1983 and 2003 were responses to specific challenges, but they were also expressions of deep impulses that have shaped Americans' collective view of the world and their role in it. The results of these invasions, though highly instructive in themselves, are best understood in the context of a century of American regime change operations. The idea behind all of them that Americans have a right and even an obligation to depose regimes they consider evil is not new but one of the oldest and most resilient of all the beliefs that define the United States. Almost every American overthrow of a foreign government has left in its wake a bitter residue of pain and anger. Some have led to the slaughter of innocents. Others have turned whole nations, and even whole regions of the world, into violent cauldrons of anti-American passion. The invasion of Grenada in 1983 had quite the opposite effect. Of the 14 countries whose governments the United States has forcibly deposed, Grenada is one of the few in which most citizens were, and have remained, genuinely grateful for intervention. From the perspective of history, much about Operation Urgent Fury, including its grand-sounding code name, seems almost ludicrous. The imbalance of power between the two combatants had few precedents in the history of warfare. Nonetheless, it was an important episode, mainly because of its relation to what was happening in the rest of the world during the early 1980s. Ronald Reagan assumed office in 1981 as a wave of leftist militancy was surging through the Caribbean basin. Marxist revolutionaries had seized power in Nicaragua, others were fighting in El Salvador and Guatemala, and self-described anti-imperialists had been elected to head governments in Jamaica, Guyana, and Suriname. Farther away but even more frightening, radicals in Iran and elsewhere in the Middle East, many of them driven by fundamentalist religious beliefs, were defying the United States in shocking ways. On the very weekend that Reagan ordered the invasion of Grenada, Islamic militants dealt the United States a devastating blow in Beirut. All of this weighed heavily on a nation that was still coming to grips with its defeat in Vietnam a few years before. If Reagan and his aides had wanted a peaceful solution in Grenada, they might well have been able to arrange one. That would not, however, have given them the victory they sought. The American triumph in Grenada was above all symbolic. It showed the world that the tide of history had not begun to run against the United States, as some had dared to assert. It also gave Reagan the aura of a leader who could crush America's enemies, especially its weak ones. 14 months after the invasion, Grenadians voted in the first free election many had ever known. They overwhelmingly chose 66-year-old Herbert Blaise, a longtime politician who enjoyed clear support from the United States, as Prime Minister. Blaise was soft-spoken, calm, and bland, but also prudent, honest, and most important pro-American. That was precisely the combination of qualities many Grenadians sought after years of upheaval. the new regime could not avoid the painful duty of bringing to justice those who had organized and carried out the Bloody Wednesday massacre that precipitated the invasion. After a series of delays, 18 suspects were brought to trial. 14 were sentenced to hang, among them Bernard and Phyllis Cord, Hudson Austin, Leon Cornwall, and Imam Abdullah, who was tried under his given name, Callistus Bernard. 3 others were given long prison terms, and 1 was found not guilty. Later the death sentences were commuted to life imprisonment. During their trial, the defendants outraged many Grenadines by rejecting the court's legitimacy and refusing to take responsibility for the massacre. Only after years in prison did they show even a hint of remorse, in an open letter addressed in 1996 to all ex-detainees of the People's Revolutionary Government. We believe and recognize that those of us who were leaders during the revolution were collectively responsible for your suffering and must fully accept such responsibility. Thus we feel that the least we can do is to express to you our profound regrets and embarrassment, and offer you our sincere and unreserved apologies. We were morbidly afraid of internal opposition, seeing the hand of the U.S. government behind every manifestation of internal dissent. This state of mind quickly spread to virtually the entire population. In this siege mentality, the civil and human rights of those who opposed us or even disagreed with us, sadly, counted for little. We just did not have the maturity and wisdom at the time to recognize that many who dissented did so not because they were stooges of the U.S. government, CIA agents, or unpatriotic Grenadines, but because of their concerns about the non-existence of checks and balances and because they felt, correctly, that as citizens they had the right to freedom of expression and the right to participate in the political process. We have ruled out any future involvement in politics for all time. When leaders have failed as disastrously as we did, the very least they must do is terminate their involvement in politics and lay to rest any political ambitions they may have had. 3 years after this letter was published, one of the convicted killers, Phyllis Cord, was released for health reasons. The rest remained at Richmond Hill Prison. In 2004 the Eastern Caribbean Court of Appeals upheld their convictions. Prime Minister Keith Mitchell said most Grenadines breathed a tremendous sigh of relief at the ruling, since they were not ready yet for the release of those persons. Did the United States have to invade Grenada? If the principal reason was to rescue American students, as President Reagan asserted, then the answer is probably no. The students could, in all likelihood, have been brought home in a straightforward evacuation, and the Grenadine authorities would have been happy to be rid of them. Even Reagan's secondary justification, the desire to expel Cubans and restore democracy, was dubious, because in the chaos following Bloody Wednesday, it might well have been possible to achieve those goals peacefully. 2 facts, however, snarl back at those who condemn this invasion. First, there was a possibility, albeit remote, that new Jewel leaders who were crazy enough to massacre their own longtime comrades might also have been crazy enough to commit some outrage against Americans. Second, by 1983 the United States had been seared by a decade of defeats and humiliations, from Saigon to Tehran to Managua. Many Americans were eager to reverse that trend and had voted for Ronald Reagan because he pledged to do so. They wanted a victory. When Marxist fanatics in Grenada gave Reagan a chance to score one, he did not hesitate. Grenada is a tiny country, with a population that could fit inside the Rose Bowl. After the 1983 invasion, for the price of a few Spectre gunships they cost $132 million apiece, the United States could have turned it into the garden spot of the Caribbean, a showcase of democracy and prosperity. This would have shown that, at least sometimes, the United States stays positively engaged with countries whose governments it overthrows. The American pattern, almost unbroken over more than a century, is to walk away from these nations. In Grenada, the United States had a chance to do better, at an exceedingly low cost. True to tradition, it let that opportunity pass. American aid to Grenada jumped in the aftermath of the invasion but was barely enough to pay for repairing the damage wrought by the U.S. troops. Before long, the Americans resumed their customary policy of treating Grenada like any other Eastern Caribbean mini-state. That meant it was all but forgotten. As aid from the United States dropped during the 1990s, Grenada turned to inelegant ways of making money. For a time it sold passports to foreign nationals, giving them the option of using an assumed name if they wished. Financial watchdogs in France placed Grenada on a list of countries that accommodated money launderers. Many of the countries in which Americans have intervened are large and complex. Americans could have done far more to guide the Philippines or Iran toward stability and freedom, but even the mightiest of efforts by outsiders could not have reshaped nations of such size. In Grenada, they might have. The triumph of Operation Urgent Fury gave the United States a unique chance, one that might have added much to its honor and image in the world. Americans, reflecting the short attention span that shapes their approach to the world, chose not to seize it. In the hours after American troops invaded Panama and deposed General Manuel Noriega, Panama City degenerated into violent anarchy. This eminently predictable result of the invasion seemed to take the Americans completely by surprise. It took them several days to realize that by destroying the force that guaranteed public order, they had assumed an obligation to replace it themselves until a new local force could be constituted. By then it was too late. The main boulevards in Panama City are lined with lavishly stocked department stores, exclusive boutiques, and specialty outlets that sell everything from televisions and stereo equipment to diamond jewelry and Jaguars. Shoppers from around Latin America and the Caribbean fly there to spend money, competing with rubby blancos to scoop up the most expensive prizes. The day after the Americans invaded, poor Panamanians finally had their chance. By mid-morning on December 21, 1989, the shopping district's main streets were clogged with people pushing factory-fresh stoves, refrigerators, and washing machines. Some appeared with carts and filled them to overflowing with frozen meat, cases of alcohol, furniture, and whatever else they could find. It took them less than 36 hours to strip Panama City's famous shopping centers of almost all their goods. The same thing happened in Colon, one of the hemisphere's most active free ports, where swarms of looters smashed freight containers and carried away everything they found. By one estimate, more than $2 billion of merchandise was stolen during these hours. Even a small show of force would have stopped this larcenous frenzy, but American soldiers never appeared. The other great loss that the American invasion caused was through fires that were set off during the fighting. Many of the buildings in the neighborhood around La Comandancia were made of wood. So were others in the barrios where American soldiers came to flush out snipers and other remnants of the defense forces. Their heavy weapons set off blazes that consumed scores of city blocks and left thousands of people homeless. Just as no one in the American chain of command had thought to deploy troops to prevent looting, no one apparently considered the possibility that Panama City would burn so easily. Some looters cried "Viva Bush!" as they collected their treasure. They were not, however, the only ones grateful to the United States for its invasion. Many Panamanians had become intensely frustrated with their inability to rid themselves of Noriega and were relieved when American troops landed to depose him. In more than a few places, they welcomed invading troops with applause. American casualties in Operation Just Cause were light, just 23 killed, 9 by friendly fire and 347 wounded. The number of Panamanians killed remains uncertain. According to an estimate that Southcom released soon afterward, 314 Panamanian soldiers and 202 civilians lost their lives. Some Americans, and many Panamanians, came to believe that the true numbers were twice that. When Noriega was brought to trial in Miami, he was as much a war trophy as a criminal defendant. Whether the United States had any right under international law to abduct and try him was questionable. During the first phase of his trial, the evidence against him seemed weak and circumstantial. Prosecutors then produced a surprise witness, Carlos Leder, a federal prisoner who had been a key figure in the Medellin drug cartel. Leder had direct knowledge of Noriega's crimes, and his testimony was decisive. On April 9, 1992, the deposed Panamanian leader was convicted of 8 drug-related counts and sentenced to 40 years in prison. The new Panamanian president, Guillermo Endara, declared in one of his first public statements that Panamanians would forever celebrate December 20th as the anniversary of their liberation. As months passed, however, many began changing their minds about the invasion. Some were indignant to learn how lavishly the United States had supported Noriega over the years. Others were moved by the sight of homeless families and burned-out neighborhoods. As the first anniversary of the invasion approached, some demanded that it be observed as a day of mourning. President Endara, acutely aware of his people's changing views but indebted for his position to the United States, struck a compromise by declaring it a day of reflection. The fact that Endara had been installed in power by a foreign government, and sworn in on a foreign military base, crippled him from the start. He might have been able to overcome the stigma if he had been a skilled politician or administrator, but he was neither. By the time he left office, in 1994, he was highly unpopular. Neither of the next two presidents, Ecobedo Pérez Valladares and Mireya Moscoso, turned out to be much of an improvement. The election campaign of 2004 proved more exciting than any since the invasion, largely because a candidate with a very familiar name was on the ballot. He was Martin Torrijos, son of the populist general who dominated the country from 1968 to 1981 and whose memory many poor Panamanians still cherished. His victory was in part the closing of a circle, and not only because he was the son of a beloved father. When Martin Torrijos was 15 years old, he asked his father for permission to join the brigade Hugo Spadafora was raising to fight alongside Sandinista guerrillas in Nicaragua. His father agreed. The young man did not see combat, but he came to admire Spadafora, and as an adult he cherished Spadafora's memory. When he became president of Panama, he redeemed not only his father's legacy but also that of the romantic hero whose murder 19 years earlier had shaped the course of Panamanian history. After the September 11, 2001, terror attacks in New York and Washington, it was all but inevitable that President George W. Bush would order the overthrow of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. The Taliban had not only given Osama bin Laden and his comrades the sanctuary from which they planned the attacks but had made them virtual partners in government. By refusing to turn bin Laden over to the United States or some other power that could punish him, the Taliban regime sealed its fate. Deciding to act against the Taliban, however, was the easy part. More difficult was choosing what action to take. There were two options, each fraught with long-term danger. Bush chose the less daunting one. His refusal to send American troops into battle allowed terrorist leaders to escape and left much of Afghanistan in the hands of drug barons and fundamentalist warlords. It also kept American soldiers out of harm's way and allowed the United States to stay out of the nation-building business. The alternative would have been to launch a full-scale invasion of Afghanistan and agree to keep large numbers of troops there for at least several years. This option might well have led to the capture of bin Laden and his lieutenants, and perhaps also set Afghanistan on a path toward stability. One leading American expert on Afghanistan, Larry Goodson of the United States Army War College, concluded that while this option would have required a commitment truly breathtaking in its depth, breadth, intensity, and swiftness of application, modern Afghan history shows that an ounce of nation-building prevention will be worth a pound of military operation cure. It was clear as early as the fall of 2001 that the only approach which would not only smash the Taliban and cripple al-Qaeda but also stabilize Afghanistan and foster a healthier regional environment would require perhaps as many as two full divisions worth of U.S. and Allied ground forces, swift and massive reconstruction, efforts to limit meddling by its neighbors, and possibly even a temporary U.S. military government to administer the country as a trust. Despite the shock of September 11, it remained hard for a U.S. administration that had come into office deeply opposed to such approaches, to say nothing of a senior U.S. military leadership that was skeptical of peacekeeping missions and highly casualty-averse, to adopt such strategies. So other approaches were tried instead, leaving grave problems that mid-course adjustments and half measures will probably not be enough to solve. Besides their deep-seated aversion to nation-building missions and their desire to minimize American casualties, President Bush and his advisors had two other important reasons to reject the idea of serious, long-term involvement in Afghanistan. The first was that any such involvement could be successful only with broad international support, probably channeled through the United Nations. That would have forced Americans to share power and authority with Europeans and others, an idea that was anathema to the Bush administration. The central reason that Bush rejected the ambitious option of long-term engagement in Afghanistan, however, was that his attention was focused elsewhere. He understood the importance of stabilizing Afghanistan and would certainly have been happy to capture bin Laden and his henchmen, but his zeal for these projects paled beside his obsession with Iraq and Saddam Hussein. For the United States to embark on a sustained effort to pacify Afghanistan would have required a commitment comparable in scope to the multibillion-dollar, 6-year-long campaign it waged to throw the country into chaos during the period of Soviet occupation in the 1980s. Such an undertaking would have made it impossible for the United States to conduct any other major military offensive at the same time. It would have forced Bush to abandon the idea of invading Iraq, something he was not prepared to do. A century of American regime change operations has shown that the United States is singularly unsuited to ruling foreign lands. Americans never developed either the imperial impulse or the attention span that allowed the Spanish, British, French, and others to seize foreign lands and run them for decades or centuries. In Afghanistan, there were two good reasons to make an exception. First, Afghanistan's collapse was partly the result of the devastating war Americans sponsored there during the 1980s, and it might well be argued that this war gave the United States a moral obligation to help rebuild what it had helped destroy. Beyond morality, though, was the urgent practical question of how to keep Afghanistan from again becoming the world's leading heroin producer and a breeding ground for terror. The Bush administration brushed that question aside when it shifted its focus to Iraq. Just weeks after the Taliban regime fell, at the end of 2001, a group of Afghan leaders assembled in Bonn and agreed to accept America's hand-picked candidate, Hamid Karzai, an English-speaking Pashtun leader who had spent most of the 1990s outside Afghanistan, to head a 6-month transitional government. At the end of the transition period, a broader assembly of Afghan leaders broadened by the United States at the last moment to ensure the desired result endorsed the choice of Karzai. Later, in an election that drew a remarkable 70% of eligible voters to the polls, he defeated 17 other candidates to win a full term. To guide Karzai, the Americans named an ambassador, Zalmay Khalilzad, who had worked for UNOKAL in its unsuccessful effort to negotiate a pipeline deal with the Taliban. He and Karzai ran the country together, but their good intentions and hard work scarcely made up for the lack of resources Washington gave them. By the time Khalilzad left in 2005 to become ambassador to Iraq, Afghanistan's challenges remained almost as daunting as they were when he arrived. Outside powers, most notably the United States, proved remarkably stingy when it came to aiding Afghanistan. They sent less aid and fewer peacekeepers per capita than they had sent to Bosnia, Kosovo, East Timor, or Rwanda, the other 4 places where post-war reconstruction was then underway. This ensured that Afghanistan would remain in ruins, that warlords would continue to control much of the country, that remnants of the Taliban would re-emerge as a fighting force, that bin Laden and other terrorist leaders would remain at large, and that the drug trade would become a steadily more important mainstay of the country's economy. Afghanistan produced 3,200 tons of heroin in 2002, 3,600 tons in 2003, and 4,200 tons in 2004, the last figure representing 87% of the world total. The slow emergence of democracy in Afghanistan, reflected by the election of Karzai and later of a national parliament, was a positive step, and Bush was justified in celebrating it. When placed beside the far more ominous developments in areas like security and poppy production, however, it seemed less than overwhelmingly important. The prospect that a democratic regime might be able to establish control over all of Afghanistan's territory remained distant, While the country's transition from failed state to world center of narco-terrorism proceeded with alarming speed. The American invasion of Afghanistan produced a supremely positive result, the destruction of a regime that had allowed anti-Western terrorists to train and plot freely. It had one other immediate effect. Fighters whom the United States hired to depose the Taliban captured thousands of Afghans and foreigners during their campaign and turned nearly all of them over to American custody. Some were important figures in the Taliban and in Al-Qaeda. Others were low-level foot soldiers who happened to be fighting on the wrong side when the United States invaded, and the rest were innocents swept up either by mistake or because someone with a private grudge falsely accused them. Large numbers were jailed at a sprawling prison the Americans built at their base in Bagram, near Kabul, and many were subjected to coercive interrogations that involved rougher treatment than the United States had used since its war in the Philippines. Hundreds were shipped to a prison the United States had constructed at its base in Guantanamo, Cuba, chosen so that they could be subjected to pressures that might not be legal on American soil. President Bush and his senior aides insisted that the harsh interrogation techniques used at Guantanamo were appropriate in light of the continuing threat terrorism posed to the United States. To millions of people around the world, however, they became a symbol of America's rejection of international human rights standards. The ensuing wave of anti-Americanism easily outweighed the value of any intelligence that interrogators may have gleaned in violent interrogations. Afghanistan's future will be shaped largely by President Bush's fateful decision to invade Iraq rather than concentrate on rebuilding Afghanistan. With pitifully little help from the United States and other countries that set it on its path to disaster, Afghanistan never emerged from its agony. Years after the invasion, it remained one of the world's most dangerously unstable states. The American occupation of Iraq went almost as badly as the invasion had gone well. Trouble began just hours after Saddam Hussein's regime collapsed, as looters raged through Baghdad and criminals ran amok. Then, 6 weeks later, the Americans decreed the dissolution not simply of Saddam's secret police and elite Republican Guard but of the entire Iraqi army. That left more than 300,000 young men, all armed and trained in military tactics, without work and seething with anger against the occupier. No capable security force took the army's place, and civilians at the Pentagon, determined to prove Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld's theory that wars could be won with relatively small numbers of troops, refused to send enough soldiers to patrol the countryside, guard weapons depots, or seal Iraq's borders to keep foreign insurgents out. Within a few months, enemies of the occupation built the most potent insurgent force the United States had faced since its misadventure in Vietnam. Just 122 Americans lost their lives in the 3 weeks between March 20, 2003, when the invasion of Iraq began, and April 9, when Saddam's regime collapsed. Bush apparently believed that these would be the only casualties the United States would have to sustain. In the next 2 years, however, insurgents killed nearly 2,000 more Americans. Many times that number of Iraqis died. No end to the conflict was in sight. Without either a strong figure to hold this deeply fragmented country together, an accord for power sharing among its various groups, or a handover of real power to its citizens, it collapsed into sectarian fratricide and anti-American violence. The other shock that awaited Americans after they deposed Saddam was that he had, in fact, been telling the truth when he claimed not to have any biological, chemical, or nuclear weapons. An American team called the Iraq Survey Group spent 10 months scouring Iraq in search of these weapons, or factories where they might have been produced, but found nothing. When its work was complete, David K., who had been its chief inspector, returned to Washington and told the Senate Armed Services Committee that it was important to acknowledge failure. "We were almost all wrong," K admitted, "and I certainly include myself." Once it became clear that there was no basis to the claim Bush had used in justifying the war that Saddam had or was making weapons of mass destruction, he shifted to other rationales. He had not gone to war simply to disarm Saddam, he began saying, but to help Iraqis build a peaceful democracy that would set off a wave of reform across the Middle East. It was an agile change of position but did not address the other, more far-reaching error his administration had made. Although it devoted enormous energy and spent many billions of dollars to depose Saddam, it never devised a plan for what to do after he was gone. Bush steadfastly refused to acknowledge that he or his administration made serious errors in planning this war and the occupation that followed. He admitted he had not foreseen the insurgency but insisted that when the final story of Operation Iraqi Freedom was written, it would be judged a historic triumph. The closest he ever came to self-criticism was a lament that the operation went too well. "Had we to do it over again," he said in an interview 16 months after the invasion, "we would look at the consequences of catastrophic success." That was the kind of success it was, if any at all. The war turned Iraq into a cauldron of violent anarchy and a magnet for fanatics from around the world. It set off a global wave of anti-American passion that had no precedent in history. Worst of all, it consumed enormous resources that might have been used in the war against Al-Qaeda and other terror groups. By taking pressure off these groups, the Iraq War allowed them to continue their worldwide jihad, launching deadly attacks in Indonesia, Spain, Britain, and elsewhere. Military occupations are by their nature oppressive, and although the abusive tactics that American soldiers used in Iraq may have seemed defensible from the Army's perspective, they angered many Iraqis and countless others around the world. This anger rose to a fever pitch when graphic photographs emerged showing that American soldiers at the Abu Ghraib prison, near Baghdad, had treated prisoners in shocking ways. Bush and his defenders deplored these abuses but insisted they were isolated incidents. Just as General Arthur MacArthur had told American troops in the Philippines that they need not bother with precise observance of the laws of war, Bush decreed that the Geneva Conventions governing the treatment of prisoners did not apply to prisoners taken in Afghanistan or Iraq. Bush and his advisors pinned much of their hope for Iraq's future on the development of democracy there. Soon after deposing Saddam, they named a governing council to help them run the country. The council chose Ayad Alawi, a pro-American politician who had lived outside Iraq for years, to serve as prime minister until a national election could be organized. In the election, which was held on January 30, 2005, Alawi sought a full term. His party lost to one led by Ibrahim al-Jafari, a member of the country's dominant Shiite community, whose declared ambition was to steer Iraq into a close partnership with Iran. This result symbolized one of the contradictions inherent in the American plan for Iraq. Bush and his advisors repeatedly insisted that they wanted Iraqis to enjoy the fullest possible democracy, reasoning that any nation whose citizens were free to express themselves would inevitably be pro-American. The truth was less comforting. Many Iraqis not only felt deep anger at the United States for its failures during the occupation but wanted their country to develop close ties to Iran. Iranian fundamentalists had worked for decades to build their influence in Iraq but had had little success until the United States, supposedly their greatest enemy, gave them the chance. Throughout Iraq, a senior Iranian intelligence officer gloated after the 2005 election, "The people we supported are in power." At least some of the enormous problems that enveloped Iraq during the first 2 years of American occupation could have been avoided. Had the Americans sent enough troops, had they not abolished the Iraqi army, and had they not issued a sweeping ban that prevented almost all former members of Saddam's Ba'ath Party from holding government jobs, they might have been able to prevent the emergence of an insurgency. Another of their failures, however, was even more costly. A full year before the invasion of Iraq, the State Department had launched an ambitious project called Future of Iraq, which was aimed at finding ways to establish security and begin the transition to democracy after Saddam was gone. Large teams of experts, including more than 200 Iraqis representing almost every ethnic and political group in the country, produced 13 volumes of recommendations about how to rebuild everything from the country's oil industry to its criminal justice system. They brought their recommendations to the Pentagon, along with a list of 75 Arabic-speaking specialists who were ready to go to Iraq as soon as Saddam was gone. Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld summarily rejected them and their ideas. In the most spectacular misjudgment of Operation Iraqi Freedom, Bush and his aides convinced themselves that there would be no serious problems after the invasion. They dismissed those who warned otherwise as whining doubters. Their stubborn blindness turned what might have been a stirring victory into a bloody stalemate that, 2 years after the declared end of major combat operations, was costing the United States hundreds of millions of dollars and the lives of 1 or 2 soldiers every day. There was never a buildup of intelligence that says, "Is coming, it's coming, it's coming, this is the end you should prepare for," General Tommy Franks said later. It did not happen. Never saw it. It was never offered. American leaders would have done well to reflect on the fate that befell the British when they tried to subdue Iraq after World War I. Iraqis launched a revolt against the colonial regime in 1920. The British sent troops to suppress it but soon found themselves caught in a spiral of horrific violence. Their occupation, which they expected would last for only a few months, dragged on for 35 years. When they finally withdrew from Iraq in 1955, they left behind a weak, unrepresentative political system that ultimately produced Saddam Hussein. What happened in Iraq, the British historian Niall Ferguson wrote in 2004, so closely resembles the events of 1920 that only a historical ignoramus can be surprised. There is no stronger or more persistent strain in the American character than the belief that the United States is a nation uniquely endowed with virtue. Americans consider themselves to be, in Herman Melville's words, a peculiar, chosen people, the Israel of our times. In a nation too new to define itself by real or imagined historical triumphs, and too diverse to be bound together by a shared religion or ethnicity, this belief became the essence of national identity, the conviction that bound Americans to each other and defined their approach to the world. They are hardly the first people to believe themselves favored by Providence, but they are the only ones in modern history who are convinced that by bringing their political and economic system to others, they are doing God's work. This view is driven by a profound conviction that the American form of government, based on capitalism and individual political choice, is, as President Bush asserted, right and true for every person in every society. It rests on the belief that Western-style democracy is the natural state of all nations and that all will embrace it once the United States removes artificial barriers imposed by regimes based on other principles. By implication, it denies that culture and tradition shape the human psyche, that national consciousness changes only slowly, and that even great powers cannot impose their beliefs on others by force. Early leaders of the United States did not hold this view. George Washington wrote that for nations, as for people, self-interest is always the governing principle and that no country, specifically including the United States, should be trusted further than it is bound by interest. That is a timeless truth. When the United States acts in the world, it acts, as other nations do, to defend its interests. Americans, however, do not like to hear or believe that their government has such self-centered motives. Generations of American leaders have realized that they can easily win popular support for their overseas adventures if they present them as motivated by benevolence, self-sacrificing charity, and a noble desire to liberate the oppressed. The blessings of freedom that McKinley said he wanted to bestow on Cubans, Puerto Ricans, and Filipinos, that William Howard Taft said the United States would bring to Central America, and that later presidents claimed they were spreading from Iran to Grenada are the same ones that George W. Bush insisted his invasion of Iraq would bring to people there. If the self-evident truths of our founding are true for us, Bush declared soon after the Iraq invasion, they are true for all. Generations of Americans have eagerly embraced this belief, largely because it reinforces their self-image as uniquely decent people who want only to share their good fortune with others. More sophisticated defenders of the regime change idea make a better argument. They recognize that the United States considers principally its own interests when deciding whether to overthrow foreign governments, but insist that this is fine because what is good for the United States is also good for everyone else. In their view, American power is intrinsically benign because the political and economic system it seeks to impose on other countries will make them richer, freer, and happier and, as a consequence, create a more peaceful world. A clear truth lies behind this belief in the transformative value of American influence. For more than a century, Americans have believed they deserve access to markets and resources in other countries. When they are denied that access, they take what they want by force, deposing governments that stand in their way. Great powers have done this since time immemorial. What distinguishes Americans from citizens of past empires is their eagerness to persuade themselves that they are acting out of humanitarian motives. For most of the regime change era, the United States did little or nothing to promote democracy in the countries whose governments it deposed. Presidents McKinley, Theodore Roosevelt, and Taft claimed to be interested in doing so, but in truth they were willing to support any governing clique, no matter how odious, as long as it did America's bidding. Later, in Iran, Guatemala, and Chile, the United States covered itself in even greater shame by overthrowing democratically elected leaders and leaving tyrants in their place. During the George W. Bush era, however, the United States began taking its democratic rhetoric more seriously. It tried, though not always wholeheartedly, to guide Afghanistan along the road toward a new political system. In Iraq, it threw itself into the task even more vigorously, devoting huge resources to the most ambitious nation-building project America had ever undertaken. Part of the reason for this change was that the stakes were far higher. When Honduras or Nicaragua, for example, fell under the rule of pro-American dictators after the United States overthrew their governments, only the citizens of those countries suffered. By some measures, especially those related to business and commerce, the United States actually benefited. If disaster was to overtake the Bush administration's Iraq project, however, the whole world, and especially the United States, would suffer grievously. Bush and his advisors leapt into Iraq because they saw that success there, which they defined as replacing Saddam's tyranny with a peaceful, democratic, capitalistic, and pro-American regime, would bring enormous benefits. They dared to hope that besides giving the United States a new strategic platform in the Middle East and a reliable source of oil, such a regime would become a beacon of democracy for the entire region. These goals were so tantalizing that the Bush administration refused to assess coldly and realistically the chances that they could be achieved. Americans believe, perhaps more fervently than anyone else on earth, that everything is possible if one works hard enough to achieve it. That may be true when people confront challenges posed by nature, science, or even other people. Transforming long-established cultures, however, is a much more daunting task. Attempting to do so and failing can bring terrible consequences. Most American-sponsored regime change operations have, in the end, weakened rather than strengthened American security. They have produced generations of militants who are deeply and sometimes violently anti-American, expanded the borders that the United States feels obligated to defend, thereby increasing the number of enemies it must face and drawing it ever more deeply into webs of foreign entanglement, and emboldened enemies of the United States by showing that despite its awesome power, it has a soft and vulnerable underbelly. It is understandable, though perhaps not forgivable, that the Bush administration's enthusiasm for invading Iraq led it to ignore the potential consequences of failure. More puzzling was its unwillingness to reflect on the danger of success. Ever since the dawn of the regime change era, the United States has had to face the reality that when foreign countries become democratic, they do not necessarily become pro-American. On the contrary, they often assert their independence by refusing to allow foreign troops on their soil, restricting the rights of foreign-owned corporations, and placing their own national interest above all others. In Iraq, true democracy might also lead to the establishment of a religious state permeated with more hatred of the United States and Israel than Saddam ever harbored. The dangers of success there are almost as great as the dangers of failure. Each country in the world has legitimate interests of its own, and sometimes they conflict with American interests. That is why the crucial moment in almost every regime change operation comes when Americans have to decide whether they should return true sovereignty to the nation whose government they have deposed. In many places, that would mean accepting a new regime that will not serve, and may well wish to undermine, American political, military, and economic interests. The temptation to prevent such regimes from taking power is naturally great. In many countries it has led the United States to impose leaders who are pro-American but unpopular, a course that inevitably leads to trouble. Presidents from McKinley to Bush have deluded themselves into believing that people living in subject nations would embrace American influence. Many have done just the opposite. Their resentment festered and often turned to violence that pulled the United States into repeated interventions. Each of these interventions radicalized more people. They ultimately led millions around the world to support anti-American movements like those that have erupted in countries from Nicaragua to Iraq. George W. Bush and his supporters never wavered in their belief that the United States has the right to wage war whenever it deems necessary, regardless of how loudly domestic critics or foreign leaders might protest. At this moment in history, if there is a problem, we're expected to deal with it, Bush explained. We are trying to lead the world. American leaders made clear, however, that they did not accept the right of other countries to act this way. Those other nations, they warned, would abuse this right by waging wars of conquest or self-aggrandizement, something they insisted the United States would never do. Countries that have the power to interfere in foreign lands almost always do so. Military historian since Thucydides, who wrote that nations feel an innate compulsion to rule when empowered, have observed that no state ever acquires great military strength without using it. As a country grows more powerful, it inevitably becomes greedy and succumbs to the temptation to take what it wants. Time and again over the course of history, greed has led great nations to overreach and sow the seeds of their decline. I dread our own power and our own ambition, the British statesman Edmund Burke presciently warned when his country was master of a vast empire. I dread our being too much dreaded. It is ridiculous to say that we are not men, and that, as men, we shall never wish to aggrandize ourselves. The United States has been a world power since the end of the 19th century. By using its might to overthrow foreign governments, it acted not in a new or radical way but in accordance with a long-established law of history. When no power restrained it, it did not restrain itself. Several other factors led the United States to embrace the idea of regime change. One was the desire to find a means of shaping world events that did not involve old-style colonialism. Another was the rise of giant corporations able to finance election campaigns and buy political power, a phenomenon that is nowhere more pronounced than in the United States. Perhaps the most deeply rooted was the unique combination of beliefs that give Americans a messianic desire to combat evil forces in the world, a conviction that applying military power will allow them to reshape other countries in their image, a certainty that doing so is good for all humanity, and a fervent belief that this is what God wants the United States to do. One of the most immutable patterns of history is the rise and fall of empires and great nations. Some Americans, however, believe their country to be so far beyond comparison with any other country or empire that has ever existed that it has passed beyond the reach of history. This belief has allowed them to embark on ambitious regime change projects with supreme confidence that they would succeed, and equal confidence that no matter how badly the projects might turn out, the United States would not suffer because its power is so overwhelming. For most of the 20th century, and even more as the 21st century dawned, the United States commanded enough military might to defeat any nation or group of nations on the battlefield. The history of this period, however, shows that military power, even combined with political and economic power, is not enough to bend the will of nations. In almost every case, overthrowing the government of a foreign country has, in the end, led both that country and the United States to grief. There are, and probably will always be, governments that threaten global order, sometimes in terrifying ways. The world community, unavoidably led by the United States, has an urgent responsibility to contain and reduce those threats. The blunt instrument of regime change, however, almost never does so. When the United States assumes the right to decide which regimes pose urgent threats, and then acts violently to crush them, it destabilizes the world rather than stabilizing it. Too often, regime change operations have been simply a substitute for thoughtful foreign policy. In most cases, diplomatic and political approaches would have worked far more effectively. They are subtler, more difficult to design, and take longer to bear fruit, but they do not plunge nations into violence and do not drive millions of people to resent the United States. Modern history makes eminently clear that when the United States engages with oppressive and threatening regimes, using combinations of incentives, threats, punishments, and rewards, those regimes slowly become less dangerous. The most obvious examples are China and the former Soviet Union, but the same approach has been highly effective in countries from South Korea to South Africa. Nations the United States confronts only with threats and pressures, and isolates from the international system, like Iran, Cuba, and North Korea, never emerge from their cocoons of repression and anti-Americanism. Deft combinations of measures to build civil society, strengthen free enterprise, promote trade, and encourage diplomatic solutions to international problems have worked wonders in many countries. These measures require patience, willingness to compromise, and recognition that all nations have legitimate interests, including security interests. They are most effective when they are the product of global consensus. Because the United States is not always patient and not always willing to compromise, recognize other countries' interests, or work on an equal basis with other nations, it impulsively turns to the option of forcible regime change. Driven by shifting combinations of frustration, anger, and fear, it lashes out in ways that bring quick satisfaction but often create problems greater than the ones it seems to resolve. Americans have a spectacularly successful story to tell the world, and the world, despite its growing resentment of the United States, is still eager to hear it. As American presidents have invested hundreds of billions of dollars in weaponry and other blunt tools, however, they have systematically closed American diplomatic posts, libraries, and cultural centers around the world. During the Cold War, millions of people were exposed to American ideals through this dense information network, and many came to admire the United States deeply. Once the Cold War ended, Americans seemed to believe that they no longer needed to teach anyone about their way of life. They came to accept two great fallacies. First, they assumed that the collapse of communism would lead people around the world to agree that the American political and economic model was best for everyone. Second, they imagined that their overwhelming military power would allow them to crush any power that dissented from this consensus. If it were possible to control the course of world events by deposing foreign governments, the United States would be unchallenged. It has deposed far more of them than any other modern nation. The stories of what has happened in the aftermath of these operations, however, make clear that Americans do not know what to do with countries after removing their leaders. They easily succumb to the temptation to stage coups or invasions but turn quickly away when the countries where they intervene fall into misery and repression. The fundamental reason why countries invade other countries, or seek forcibly to depose their governments, has not changed over the course of history. It is the same reason children fight in schoolyards. The stronger one wants what the weaker one has. Most regime change operations fit within the larger category of resource wars. When the United States intervenes abroad to gain strategic advantage, depose governments it considers oppressive, or spread its political and religious system, it is also acting in its commercial self-interest. The search for markets, and for access to natural resources, is as central to American history as it has been to the history of every great power in every age. The United States rose to world power more quickly than almost any nation or empire ever has. Filled with the exuberance and self-confidence of youth, it developed a sense of unlimited possibility. Many Americans came to believe that since they had been so successful in building their country, they not only could duplicate that success abroad but were called by Providence to do so. Responding to this call, and to their belief that they are entitled to a large share of the world's resources, they set out to overthrow foreign governments. Most of these adventures have brought them, and the nations whose histories they sought to change, far more pain than liberation.